And we are back, party people. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay. But we are tuned in here to the Fort Tudhill aid station. Mile 211.3 on the course. And we're back. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, TJ. I think you need some rest, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully I'll see you this weekend, man. Get some sleep. And so just to get a little update on the tracker. Looks like 7 minutes ago, Josh Perry was closing in on the US 89A crossing, so he should be pretty close. And just 1 minute ago, Mike McKnight was slowly making his way up Eldon. This an arduous climb. He doesn't have too much longer. He's got 1.6 miles to the aid station. The aid station's a little bit down trail. He's probably 3/4 of a mile to a mile away, somewhere in there. So yeah, shout out to Sarah Newberry for being back. TJ heading out. It's like I don't know. Maybe TJ is Sarah and Sarah is TJ. Who knows? Yeah, Steve Josepher in the chat. Yeah, that race is going to be pretty interesting. I think some of it depends on, just how Eliza is feeling after that nap. If she's feeling strong, then she may be able to pull away from Sarah here in this section. But if she's not feeling really strong, I think you're going to see a pretty interesting race between Eliza LaPierre and Sarah Ostaszewski. And again, that's assuming we will also, keep an eye on what happens to Sarah when she comes into this aid station because, if she needs to take her time and rest or anything like that, she's gonna give Eliza an even bigger gap there. Apologies for the slight pause in the commentary there. Needed to go get myself a nice, refreshing liquid death mountain water that I need to crack open. There's There's just something about the sound of opening a nice can here. People in the chat, Estefan Garcia. Is Josh off course? No, I don't think so. I think that there was just some GPS float or error here based on where he was when we last checked versus where he got to. It would be nearly impossible for him to have gotten to where he is. So he is probably just experiencing a little bit of GPS float there. And then as of 2 minutes ago, Michael Greer, who's in third, was just a half mile away from the water station there. And it looks like we've got Killian Cortha. It looks like Sarah O is at least into the aid station. We'll see when her tracker starts to update. My guess would be that Sarah's crew was probably there already when Eliza left, so Sarah is probably very aware of the ground she has to make up, and I think we could have a really incredible race on our hands on the women's side here and on the men's side. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility. I think that it would be probably a tall task for Josh Perry to mount a comeback, but certainly not impossible. Yeah, Brittany in the chat. Yeah, I think Sarah will give chase. I'm guessing so too. This is a more runnable section of trail. She's got an incredible pacer in Rory. I think that at this point, she's gonna leave everything she has out there, and if over the next 20 some miles or so, if that's enough, then that's enough. But I think that regardless, she's gonna be super proud of her effort. Matthew Smith, no video at Walnut anymore. No, we only currently have our live static cam at both Fort Tuthill and at Munns Park here. We will have some video filmers bringing the runners in through Flagstaff from about the Buffalo Park area. So we will have some follow cams from there, but most of our volunteer filmers are getting some much deserved rest after spending their time helping us bring this live stream to fruition. So and it looks like maybe Sarah looks like she's probably still in that aid station as of right now. And Eliza is about 0.7 miles ahead as of right now. Larry in the chat asking if the racers are dealing with any latent snow on Mount Eldon. I'm not sure if there's going to be any snow on trail, but there's definitely snow up on the mountain in places still. So there's a chance, but I'm not 100% sure of whether or not there's snow still on the actual course or not. And so Mike McKnight knows that he is getting close. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the iPad here for just a second. And so one of the things that is quite interesting, you can see Mike McKnight there. That was 6 minutes ago, so he's probably moved up a little bit more. But you follow the red trail over, and then you see this offshoot trail right here called the Sunset Trail. That is where the course normally turns. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how well marked that is to make sure runners, especially someone like Mike McKnight, who is traditionally, went that way last year and would have expected to go that way in the inaugural year. Hopefully it's well marked so that he doesn't make a mistake there. The aid station is going to be down Eldon Lookout Road. So typically on a normal year, and the trail is kind of wrecked, so we weren't able to use it. But typically the race course follows the trail here, which kind of parallels the road, and then eventually drops down at this little kind of connector to the aid station, which is along the road, and then runners would take the road in. So a little bit different route. You are getting also a kind of a proper Eldon summit here as well, which is really cool. And based on the live tracker, it just updated. He is nearly making the final push up Mount Eldon, where he will then turn down Eldon Lookout Road and make it to the Three Amigos restaurant that is the Mount Eldon aid station. And we are working on getting a camera feed lined up at the finish for you as well. So we should have a finish line static shot momentarily. The aid station is down the road still, so the aid station is in the normal spot. And it looks like, as of 3 minutes ago, Josh Perry was making his way towards the Christmas Tree Connector Trail, which will eventually lead him to the Eldon Lookout Trail. And that's where he will begin his climb up Mount Eldon. I'm pretty confident that Mike isn't going to miss the turn. It was just something to note, not necessarily for Mike, but for all runners that have done this race in the past, is that they would be used to making that turn. Chances of cell phone service at Eldonade. We sent a live stream link to the three amigos up at Eldonade, and so we will see if they dial in or not. There is cell service. It's a little bit spotty, but it's also 12:30 a.m. here locally, so it's a little bit harder to have camera feeds through the night compared to in the middle of the day. Amber, yeah, the runners would have the GPS map downloaded. Matthew Smith, that was my goal. I just wanted to, add a little drama. Like, Mike McKnight is closing in on that intersection. What's going to happen? The people need to know. And for anyone who hasn't been tuning in throughout the day, just a heads up, the weather bug in the top left is the local time in Phoenix, or in Black Canyon City. So the time where the race start was. The weather in Flagstaff. Let me see. I could just look on my phone. Let's see if we can. I know I was in the middle of giving you guys a weather update here. My apologies. Looks like it is currently 45 degrees here in Flagstaff, Arizona. A little bit windy. It's what do we? It feels like is 40, so a little cold. A little bit colder than one would expect. Let's see if we have any tracker updates. As of 3 minutes ago, Mike McKnight was closing in on the intersection that will take him up to the Eldon Summit, which the runners do hit the proper summit this year. And just as an update, Dead Horse Ranch aid station cutoff was earlier this evening. There was just one runner who was cut at who dropped at Dead Horse Ranch. It was bib 180, Josh Leeson. So just to keep you updated on our back of the Packers here, our potential final finishers. And Jamil in the chat, I can see the finish line cam. I'm trying to find my mouse to pull it up here. Looks like we just have some setting issues maybe on the camera to work out, but you are looking at the finish line here in downtown Heritage Square. Yeah, and so just an update, Josh self-dropped at the Dead Horse Ranch aid station. He was not timed out. So he did get there before the cutoff, but was unable to continue. And just so everyone knows, Mike McKnight went the proper direction. And so we will go back to our tracker here and check in on, keep it at Fort Tuthill for right now. See if we can get that setting off the camera screen. I'm not sure if Jamil's still there or not. And so let's look at this at 3 minutes ago. Eliza LaPierre was at mile 228.6. And with the most recent ping, Sarah O was 228.8. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have an absolutely stunning finish to the women's race here at the Cocodona 250. These ladies are in 4th and 5th overall and are absolutely crushing it. Jonathan Hoffman, Sarah's on the hunt. Yes, indeed. Flagstaff's own Sarah Ostaszewski is gonna give chase to the Vermont native, Eliza LaPierre. Both of these ladies have just had such incredibly strong races from start to finish that it's going to be awesome to see them kind of, have to really work, for the victory here in this race. It looks like we've got that finish line shot back up and running here. And it looks like we are going to possibly have some video up on the Eldon aid station. We'll see if one of the three amigos can turn the camera sideways for us. And we will take a look at our Eldon cam here. We've got Pete Mortimer, who was on the live stream yesterday, grilling up the meats, and we expect Mike McKnight to be here pretty soon. Pete always looking great. But we will be looking to see Mike McKnight here in just a matter of moments, I would assume. And based on his tracker, he is at the top of the climb, hitting the little kind of roundabout or circle at the top of Mount Eldon. Look at these delicious eats. So we've got Pete's Meats. We've got Nick Snacks is what the live chat decided to name it, and we didn't think of anything for Julian quite yet, so we've just decided to call the trio the Three Amigos. Wow. Look at that. Would you look at that? Now the question will be, does Mike McKnight stop, take his time, and enjoy some meat? Or does he want to just focus and get this monkey off his back and get to the finish line as fast as he can here? That will be the true testament here. This is This is awesome, and we've got Mike McKnight basically at the summit of Mount Eldon, so he should be coming down Eldon Lookout Road towards the aid station at this point. And if we look back at our second place runner, Josh Perry, it looks like he is on the Christmas Tree Trail making his way over to the base of Mount Eldon. And there you see it, ladies and gentlemen. There is still some snow up there. And here you have the Eldon aid station. This is the high point on the course. It also marks, let's see, how many more miles is it from Eldon to the finish? Oh, it's almost 8 more miles, which would be an ode to the legend Pete Mortimer there. Looks like it's about 8.5 miles. So I don't know. They might have been a little gracious. It may only be 8 miles. Just look at how much love and care goes into this meet, and it looks like that bottle of monkey shoulder might be slowly dwindling here. Yeah, there you go. That makes a lot of sense. When you're kind of more in town, you don't see as much snow on the town-facing side of Mount Eldon, just because of the way the sun kind of rises and sets and the way it hits the mountain. But on the back side, the side facing more away from town, there is a lot of snow. And apparently, according to Jamil in the chat, 3 feet of snow. And it looks like Mike McKnight is a quarter mile away coming down Eldon Lookout Road. We're going to have eyes on him in just a matter of moments here. And again, I think the big question here will be, is Mike McKnight going to stop and enjoy some of the food from the Three Amigos, or is Mike McKnight just going to keep charging on to make sure he secures this victory at the third running of the Cocodona 250? Boomer Trail Warrior, the aid station is right off of Eldon Lookout Road now, so the trail that they normally take over to the aid station was not usable. So that's why runners went to the proper Eldon summit this year and took the road straight down. We should have eyes on Mike McKnight any moment now. He will be coming down Eldon Lookout Road to the aid station. And we see some headlamps here, which means this must be our race leader. The man who may have just, if he can finish it off, may have just secured one of the greatest comebacks in ultra running history. Here we got Ben Light. I would love to see if we can get them to unmute the Eldon cam on their end. We'll see if we can get some audio maybe. There he is. He has to be so happy that he is done with that climb. He looks to be in, real positive spirits here. Yeah, I think that I agree with you. I think that Pete is actually sharing his recipe for how he rubbed and smoked the meats here. Uh, I can just picture it. So you cooked it on this temperature for how long? You can see he's getting a little bit of meat here at the aid station. So again, it looks like Mike and Pete just having a little chat. Mike is looking in, really good spirits. Hasn't sat down yet. Standing up, talking, taking in some food. And looking back at the women's race on the tracker here, 1 minute ago, Sarah Ostaszewski, 229.4 miles. 4 minutes ago, Eliza LaPierre, 229.4 miles. So Sarah Ostaszewski, 3 minutes behind Eliza LaPierre right now, based on the tracker. This women's race is going to be absolutely insane. But right now we've got eyes on our men's race leader at the top of Mount Eldon. And it is mostly downhill from here. And a huge shout out to the team up here at the Eldon Aid Station, the three amigos, as I'm going to call them for eternity now, for not only spending so much time and energy to cook all the meats, but also to be up there in the cold, to be willing to hold a camera on the live stream and showcase the runners. And to just take care of all the runners when they get to this aid station. This aid station's such a huge part of the race, and wouldn't be the same without all these folks. So shout out to them. And he is off. Michael McKnight, your race leader, is out of the Eldon Aid Station. 67:57 elapsed time. We will keep an eye on that number to see what that lead is when he comes back, or when our second place runner comes in. His split from Walnut to Eldon, 4 hours, 5 minutes. String Beans split from from Walnut to Eldon last year, 4 hours, 20 minutes. Michael McKnight is on an absolute quest, and he is still looking so incredibly strong, and now he is fueled by the best aid station food on course, the home cooking from the three amigos. Carrie Ward in the chat, an inaugural Cocodona 250 finisher. Shout out to Carrie. One of our runners in the Cocodona 250 filled out a questionnaire for us and actually said that his inspiration for running the Cocodona 250 came from one of Carrie Ward's videos. So huge shout out to you, Carrie, and hope you are doing well, my friend. From Eldon to the finish, let me find my mouse here. Oh, look at that. You're making me hungry here. Man. Now that's service. So from Eldon to the finish, Joe McConaughey last year ran that in 90 minutes. Michael McKnight last year ran that in an hour and 48 minutes. Michael Versteeg ran it in 2 hours and 15 minutes back in 2021. So I am guessing that we're going to see our race leader come into the finish here in about 90 minutes or so, just based on where Michael McKnight's splits have been compared to Joe McConaughey's as of late. And again, just a huge shout out to the folks at the Eldon Aid Station there, Pete Mortimer, who gets a lot of the credit, but also Nick Panish and Julian Galuzzi up there, spending time cooking meats, dishing out meals, keeping runners in high spirits. You had Kerry Ward in the chat tell you all that meat was sent from heaven. So it must be true. And then Matthew Smith in the chat. I know that I answered this mostly. I'm just realizing there's also our third place runner last year was Matt Smith. So I don't know if you are the Matt Smith who ran, or if it's just coincidence that you have the same name. But Matt Smith, who was our third place finisher last year, ran, it looks like, an hour and 35 minutes from Eldon down. Yeah, my guess is that Michael McKnight is probably looking at somewhere around, what did I say he left in? 67:57. I'm going to say he's going to be right around that 69:30 range. I think he's going to be under 70 minutes. And I think just based on how strong he's been running these last sections, that he's probably going to be closer to Joe McConaughey's splits from last year than his own splits from last year. And taking a look back at our second place runner in the men's race, looks like as of 1 minute ago, Josh Perry is making his way up the Eldon Lookout Trail. So he's starting his climb. And again, we'll see what that time difference looks like when he gets to the aid station. And in the ladies' race, 3 minutes ago, we had Eliza LaPierre at mile 2:30. And 10 minutes ago, so a 7-minute difference between their pings, Sarah Ostaszewski was at 2:29.4. This is going to be incredibly close. Yeah, that's not me. So not the same Matthew Smith as Matt Smith, but can we just, if you want to pretend like you finished third at Cocodona last year, you could have fooled us all. And ladies and gentlemen, based on the live tracker, we have had the pass in the women's race 0 minutes ago. Sarah Ostaszewski at 2:30.4. 0 minutes ago, Eliza LaPierre at 2:30.3. I absolutely have goosebumps right now from how incredibly close this ladies' race is going to be. They are about to cross the I-40. They will hop on the road, cross over the railroad tracks. The road crosses over the railroad tracks. And then they hop on the AZT, and it will wind them over around the Cinder Hills to Mount Eldon. This is pretty crazy how close this race is going to be. I hope that everyone who's tuning in is telling your friends that this is going to be can't miss action here at the finish of the ladies' race, because I think we can all attest Eliza LaPierre is likely not going to stop competing. She's going to continue to fight for every inch here. And same with Sarah, and these two women, rather, are just having an absolutely incredible performance. And Rory in the chat paced Sarah to Walnut Canyon. Who's pacing Sarah now, Rory, if you can let us know? I feel like Rory needs to get all the young folks out on the streets. And we got someone checking into the live stream. All the young folks out on the streets cheering for these runners as they come in. Kyle Curtin, absolute legend. It's going to be pacing Sarah in. And we are keeping an eye on our men's second place runner, Josh Perry, who 9 minutes ago was still making the climb up Mount Eldon. Again, Michael McKnight's tracker hasn't refreshed for 12 minutes, but we know he was out of the Eldon aid station about 12 minutes ago. Texas country living, trying to figure out if brisket for breakfast is possible. I think brisket for any meal is possible and probably delicious. And it looks like, yeah, this women's race is just going to be insanely close here. Ron Drew in the chat. The Bronco is flying as well. That is correct. Last I saw, he was out near the airport, and I quote, he was flying. Yeah, it looks like Jeff is making his way through Walnut Canyon here on the Arizona Trail over towards Fisher Point. An incredible section of trail. Shad Burkholtz in the chat. That was me. Can confirm it is cold. Shout out to Shad. He's going to be following some of our runners in from the hospital again this year. We also will have Brian, who's going to be taking people from Buffalo Park over to the hospital. So we will be getting some footage through there. And that's kind of the next time we will have eyes on our race leader, who is making his way down Eldon Lookout Road. And this section that he's on, it does a little kind of winding horseshoe. But right through here is just an absolutely beautiful section. You're kind of pinned right between the Dry Lake Hills, Schultz Creek area, and Mount Eldon there. And you're just exposed to kind of this just immersive view of all this beauty. So as we are awaiting some of our next runners, we are here downtown Flagstaff, Heritage Square, the finish line of the Cocodona 250, becoming one of the iconic finish lines in the sport, if you ask me. Who's on the mic right now? Yep, my name is Matt Feldick. I am bringing you the best coverage I can as we make it into the wee hours of the morning. I'm really just sitting here trying to save my energy for some of these lead runners. It's going to be super exciting. It's exciting to see kind of how close the races are. I believe the cops are there for security. I believe that is what is going on. Could be wrong, but I know that we do have security overnight for all our belongings there, so. And it looks like Mike Greer's tracker finally updated, and he's closing in on the 89A crossing as well. And looking back at the women's race, looks like 3 minutes ago, Sarah Ostaszewski, 31.0. 1 minute ago, Eliza LaPierre, 31.0. So a 2-minute lead now for Sarah O. Jason Kowalewski asking, Matt, how close is the studio to the finish line? I'm going to say it's about 3/4 of a mile, maybe a little bit less. Michael Davis in the chat. I will give you the quickest rundown that I possibly can. Michael McKnight has charged from as far back as like 62nd place at one point. He is your leader. He is running under 70-hour pace, which is absolutely incredible. It looks like, barring any sort of explosion, he's going to be your race winner. In second, you've got Josh Perry, who's been running strong all day. He's currently climbing Mount Eldon, and we will have kind of a better idea of how far behind he is time-wise. And then third is Michael Greer, and he is just a few miles behind, about 3.7 miles behind Josh Perry. And then in the women's race, we have Sarah Ostaszewski and Eliza LaPierre within a couple minutes of each other. Eliza, I believe, took a nap at Walnut Canyon. Sarah has been just charging all day, running incredibly strong. Other big change-ups. Killian Korth, his tracker hasn't updated in a little bit, in about 18 minutes, but he's been kind of having to grind it out. He came into Fort Tudhill in the lead and has just been kind of grinding away ever since. Mike McKnight is just 6.7 miles away from the finish of the Cocodona 250 as he's making his way down Eldon Lookout Road still here. And he is closing in on the turnoff off of Eldon Lookout Road to the kind of the social trails at Buffalo Park. I believe he'll be taking, Upper Oldham, or Lower Oldham rather, kind of over to Buffalo Park. These social trails kind of sit between Buffalo Park and the base of Mount Eldon, kind of in the foothills here. Monique in the chat, is Mount Eldon the highest point? So downhill from there. Yes, Mount Eldon is the high point on the course. And it is, I would say, mostly downhill from there. When you get onto these single track trails, you'll have some little climbs, but nothing of really any note. So the last update on the ladies route, or on the ladies race, 3 minutes ago, Sarah Ostaszewski 231.4 and moving at 3.8 miles per hour. 1 minute ago, so a 2-minute difference. Eliza LaPierre at mile 231.3, so Sarah's a tenth of a mile ahead plus 2 minutes. And Eliza is moving at 3.2 miles an hour. So she's moving a little bit faster, Sarah is, than Eliza, and is slowly expanding that lead. And while we have just a little lull in the action, let's go ahead and take a look at a commercial from a couple of our race sponsors. First, and you can see their name on the finish chute there, but our good friends at Speedland.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda. None of the fizz.
And so shout out to, again, to all of our partners for the race and for the live stream. We couldn't do any of this without all of you. So huge shout out to Speedland and Satisfy Running there for those incredible commercials for our viewing audience. And we're going to take a brief pause in the commentary here for just a minute while I go and top off some coffee so that I can continue to bring you live coverage here of the Cocodona 250 as our first finishers are coming in the near future. And thank you all so much for your patience here. And it looks like we've got Kevin Goldberg in the chat. This is hard. Kevin, of course it's hard. You knew that when you signed up. But you were absolutely crushing it, Goldberg. And I know that there's, despite it being the wee hours of the morning here, still a lot of big Goldberg energy in the chat. So keep on moving forward and crushing it, man. We are going to be keeping an eye on the camera feed at the Eldon Lookout Aid Station. Josh Perry looks like we lost our Eldon feed, which is okay. We'll see if we can get that up in a little bit, but Josh Perry was 2 miles away from the aid station at the last ping, which was 22 minutes ago, so he should be closing in on the tip of the summit there. Ultimate Warrior, any drone footage at night? I don't believe so. I don't think we will have any. It looks like we do have that Eldon aid station cam back up here, so let's take a look over there. Pete Mortimer there. Looks a bit, it does look a bit cold up there, but they got the heater on. Pete's keeping his legs warm. Hopefully the meat's staying warm. And we should hopefully be seeing Josh Perry here in the next few minutes. Again, his tracker last updated 24 minutes ago, and he was 2 miles from the aid station. So he probably is closing in on the summit of Mount Eldon. He's probably not quite there yet, but I'm guessing that he's getting pretty close to summiting Eldon there, which means he'll just have a short jaunt down Lookout Road before he hits the Three Amigos aid station of Pete Mortimer, Nick Panish, and Julian Galuzzi. Nick Panish, I believe. I apologize. And just trying to look at looks like the live tracker is just being a little slow this evening. None of our lead runners have updated in a few minutes here. Actually, it looks like maybe Eliza LaPierre updated. However, Sarah O did not. So Sarah O's last update was still 8 minutes ago. Eliza LaPierre just updated, and that put her 0.3 of a mile ahead. So I would assume once Sarah's refreshes here, we'll get kind of a better indication of what that gap actually looks like. Again, Michael Greer should have probably crossed the 89A there already. His last update was 11 minutes ago. Josh Perry, his last update was 26 minutes ago, and he was 2 miles away. So again, he is probably nearing the top of Mount Eldon. Then Mike McKnight's tracker hasn't updated for about 10 minutes here. Then going back past our top female runners, Killian Korth looks like he is probably sleeping at the Walnut Canyon aid station. He's been there for a while, and his last update was just 5 minutes ago, so he is likely having a little bit of a rest. Kevin Goldberg's last update was 13 minutes ago, and he was winding his way on the Arizona Trail, the Walnut Canyon section. And it looks like Mika Thews, Mike Groenwegen may be in there as well. And then Jeff Garmeyer is back there. Kevin says he'll be at Walnut soon. I love it, Kevin. That means that you are that much closer to Mount Eldon, which puts you that much closer to downtown Flagstaff. again, for anyone just tuning in, we are currently at the Mount Eldon aid station. Runners will make their way up Mount Eldon. They will summit Mount Eldon this year and then take the road, Eldon Lookout Road, down to the aid station. Typically, they've taken a trail just prior to getting to the summit, but that area is still just covered in snow. So they're going to take the Eldon Lookout Road down to this aid station, where they will then have just a little over 8 miles remaining in the race. And so, update in the women's race. 1 minute ago, Eliza LaPierre updated at 2:32.2, which puts her a half mile ahead of Sarah O, but Sarah O's last update was 13 minutes ago. So you would have to imagine that Sarah is still ahead there. Let's see. Still no updates on the live tracker. So we will eagerly await our next runner at the Mount Eldon aid station, hosted by the three amigos. My life is my mission. Sarah O is ahead in my tracker, updated 2 minutes ago. I'm not getting any updates on my tracker right now. The good news is we will see our second runner at the Eldon aid station in a few minutes. And for those of you in the chat worrying about off-course runners, sometimes there's just some GPS float. If there are any runners off course, we will make sure to relay that information to you. And looks like Mike McKnight's last update was 18 minutes ago. he was 6.2 miles away. He should be, I'm guessing, around 5 miles away, which means he is very likely to be off of Eldon Lookout Road and on the social trails at this point. So we do have a follow cam out at Buffalo Park. So once we see our first runner, we will make sure that we're following him. And we currently have eyes on the Eldon aid station here with the great Pete Mortimer, who was everyone's favorite commentator until AJW came on for like 20 minutes today and just dropped gem after gem after gem. So looks like we have maybe some movement at the aid station here. We will see if that means our first runner, Josh Perry, or our second runner, rather, Josh Perry, is about to come in. And it looks like McKnight's tracker did just update, and he is on the social trails heading towards Buffalo Park. Looks like he's, just maybe a quarter mile onto the social trails there. So he's going to wind his way around kind of the trails that wind around the base of Mount Eldon before a short little climb up into Buffalo Park proper. And in addition, looks like 1 minute ago, Josh Perry pinged basically right at the intersection of the Eldon Lookout Trail and the Sunset Trail. So his next ping will confirm that will confirm that he's probably pretty much on the summit the next time we see his ping. Then going back a little bit further to see, yeah, it looks like Michael Greer is making his way towards the Eldon Lookout Trail as well. He's on the other side of the 89A. And yeah, I'm with you, Boomer Trail Warrior. I wish that Sarah's tracker would update as well. Larry in the chat. Do you have eyes in Buffalo Park? We do. Brian will be in Buffalo Park for us. This is the sights of Buffalo Park right now. Brian will, when he sees Michael McKnight, he will ensure that we get him. So we'll bring it back, though, to the Eldon aid station where we await Josh Perry, our second runner. Yeah, it looks like Josh Perry's tracker just updated, and he is literally steps away from getting to the kind of circle around Mount Eldon up there and hopping on Eldon Lookout Road. Michael Greer also starting to make his way more towards the Christmas tree trail and Christmas tree connector that would eventually connect him to the Eldon Lookout Trail. And circling back on the women's race, looks like still nothing from Sarah Ostaszewski's tracker, which was 24 minutes ago on my screen. Boomer Trail Warrior in the chat. 24 minutes with no updates. Yeah, Sarah's been having some tracker issues all day. Early on in the day, she had some GPS float and some update issues in Sedona. She's had some issues between Schnebly and Munns Park. She's had some issues in and out all day. So, not sure what's going on with her tracker, but hopefully we get an update soon so that we can keep the drama rolling here on the Cocodona 250 live stream. It looks like we may have movement here at the Eldon aid station. Looks like Pete Mortimer is over here making some food. You know what is going to be? It's going to be really interesting to see when Josh Perry gets to and leaves the aid station and how we can kind of compare that to Michael McKnight's time out of the aid station, which was 67:57. So we're closing in on an hour, about an hour lead. So it's looking like Josh Perry could go under the full course record as well. Matthew Smith asking, "Do we have a menu for non-meat eaters?" Yeah, Pete has food for all sorts of palates. Pete he's a man of the people. You know, he's willing to help anyone, whether they're a meat eater or a plant eater. So he's got some vegetarian options up there as well. Yeah, that's a good question, TJ. I'm not 100% sure what's going on. What's going on there? And Josh Perry is on Eldon Lookout Road now, so he has hit the summit of Mount Eldon. Now he's just got a short 3/4 mile jog down to the aid station. And so I know this feed is a little choppy. If the camera folks at the Eldon aid station can hear me, I'm not sure if they have audio up there or not. If they can just refresh their browser at some point, that would be much appreciated. Yep, thank you so much. We'll have them back up in just a second. There, that definitely helped clean it up. A little bit there. Pete on the grill. Look at him go. Amber, I think some of the numbers fade out after a certain time. And it looks like we should be maybe getting eyes on Michael McKnight here. Not too far from now. He was 4.7 miles away from the finish. His last update was 13 minutes ago. And we're back up at the Eldon aid station here. Look at how well equipped and well stocked this aid station is. Look at all that snow. That's crazy. It looks like Michael Greer is making his way on the Christmas tree connecting trail over to the Eldon Lookout Trail. So he's having himself a strong run. Looks like he will hold on to the podium spot. Where is Brian located to pick up the runners? He is in Buffalo Park. He will take them to the hospital where he will pass them over to Shad, and Shad will take them from there to our finish here at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. And again, if you are just tuning in, this is the end destination for all runners, the finish line here in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona. One of the nation's true high-altitude endurance meccas. And again, we're having a few delays on the trackers, but we are going to vigorously refresh here. It looks like we should have Josh pretty close to the Eldon aid station. We'd lost that feed. It's not the easiest to get clean feeds from Mount Eldon there, so we're just thankful for anything that we get. And let's see here. And so we should probably be seeing Mike McKnight within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. He is still out on the social trails, but he's about to here, I'll see if I can show this. So there is Mike McKnight on the social trails here at Buff Park. This is mostly kind of rolling downhill here. Once he starts to cross over the pipeline trail here, or actually once he connects back with the Arizona trail here off of the Oldham alternate trail, that's going to be a nice downhill as he crosses the pipeline trail until he gets to about here on the map. Then he's going to have a gentle climb up here before he gets into Buffalo Park proper, and that's kind of where we'll pick him up. So not terribly far away, probably a mile or so, I would assume. Yeah, McKnight, he is going to be cutting it probably pretty close to 70 hours here. My prediction was 69:30, I believe. I think that I may end up being off. That's 26 minutes for him to run, basically a little over 3 miles. Don't know that he's going to have that in his legs, but I'm thinking he's going to be under the 70-hour mark by a little bit. Yeah, great question here in the chat. What was the winning time in 2021? Mike Versteeg ran 72 hours and 50 minutes. He was our race winner that year. Our current race leader, Michael Versteeg, should be quite a ways under that. There you just saw the great Patty Curry crossing in the screen there, checking everything out. Shout out to Flav Running in the chat for doing the math for me, understanding that obviously the pace Mike is running right now is the pace that he will run for the entire race. So shout out to you in the chat. Adam Mashuri in the chat. Matt, you're so tired. I'm not actually not that tired. I'm fueled by coffee. I'm just like you all, sitting here awaiting the first runners to come into Flagstaff. I'm just holding in my excitement so that the energy can all go to the leaders, to our first finishers here at the Cocodona 250 as they make their way to the finish line here in Flagstaff. There was a question in the chat about the women's course record. The official course record would be Maggie Gooderl's 2021 time of 85:30:38. That I called Mike McKnight Mike Versteeg. I think I've called Mike McKnight Mike Versteeg multiple times today, probably. The race leader is Mike McKnight, obviously. So I apologize for that. I think that we should come up with nicknames, or maybe just refer to them as Floda and the Dark McKnight. Tracker says Josh is at Eldon. That is probably correct. It looks like we are just getting our feedback, but he may have been out of the Eldon aid station at this point. We didn't have our feed up while he was in there. Our feed at Eldon was down for a little bit there. But we are moments away from seeing our race leader, Mike McKnight, the Dark McKnight, coming in here to the finish in Heritage Square. We are going to see... We should be seeing him not too long. Like I pointed out on the live tracker, once you cross kind of that the pipeline trail in those social trails near Eldon, you have a really nice downhill for a bit before you have a kind of a gentle climb all the way back up into Buffalo Park. And for anyone who is just tuning in, registration for the 2024 Cocodona 250 is currently open. I had that link pinned in the last live chat, so I'm going to go ahead and pin the registration link to this live chat as well. If you're interested in coming out running the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, or the Eldon Crest 36, these are the lowest prices you will ever see. They are going to be live at this price point until May 15th, so get it while you can. And again, checking the live tracker here. Looks like Sarah still is not updated. And it looks like Mike McKnight should be making the climb out of Buffalo Park. It sounds like our cameraman might have eyes on them. So we will try to get a visual on our front runners here at Buffalo Park momentarily. And I see headlamps. Let's send it over here. I will get that fixed in just 1 second. Yeah, there we go. There you can see the headlamp in the distance there. Again, it's going to be fairly dark, but we are going to be following our lead runners here. This is Michael McKnight. Travis Lawncar in the chat. Shout out to you. Thanks for tuning in. Travis signed up for the Cocodona or the Sedona Canyons 125. And here you see it, the two sets of headlamps here. Mike McKnight and his pacer Ben Light. And we'll see if at some point we are able to get maybe Brian to unmute his audio. We might be able to get some audio from there. But so far, Mike McKnight looking incredibly strong. If Brian can unmute the audio on his end, we may be able to pull audio into the stream here.
Okay, one more time. I'm sorry.
Peter, I don't know the other guy's name up at the top. They told us just to follow the road all the way down, but there's no trail this year. And so we were really confused. So I don't want other runners to blow past.
The turnoff on Lower Oldham here?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a sign, and the
There's a sign.
GPS file shows it.
So
But
if
if you're
there's a-
telling people
But it's
that-
not the road the whole way. You have to
it's
get
not
off on the
road whole
trail.
way, no.
Yeah.
Okay, copy
If
that.
we didn't have the GPS on our watches, we would have blown past it because we would have, like, if they started beeping at us. But the people just like using Gaia, we might blow right past it, not thinking that it would turn off.
Okay, yeah, we'll get that going.
What's your name?
I'm Brian.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Good to meet you guys. I missed him by like a mile on there, your guys' run, because he went the old course way and that was the new easy trail way right up the street here.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they originally were going to have us go around this way
Right.
because of the shutdown
Uh-huh.
and then the fire.
Yeah.
And then a week before we did it, the Forest Service opened it back up. And so the AZT told us they opened it back up. And so we wanted to make it as the original, like
Uh-huh.
the
The original FKT thing.
yeah. Instead of doing an alternate, because this is, I guess, considered the Flagstaff alternate route. So that the runners come into town for the 200s. So, but we appreciate your support.
No, it's great. I watched it every
The
day.
proceeds went to three organizations: AZT, Association, Rod, and Bigger Than the Trail.
I spread the word on all of them. There's a little bit of construction up here we have to weave around. Just rolling in, I think. The trackers are, Sarah's tracker is like 30 minutes out from the update. It's like, hasn't, yeah, pinged in a little bit. Once we get through this, it's nice down. Yeah, we're on. So we're gonna go to the right of this fence. Go to the right of this fence over here. Right. You just follow and then you'll turn left in front of those bathrooms. To the hospital. Yeah, it's easy. So yeah, right through that hole. No, just straight, the cone. And then right. Right at that reflector that we see, that free reflector. Yeah, so you just get through these rocks and turn right. Yep. Now, right through those big signs, no motor vehicles. To the right here, nice gradual downhill. See the deer?
It's amazing to just be able to sit and kind of listen into these conversations that are going on here. Mike is still looking so strong as they're now on the Switzer Canyon Trail, they're out of Buffalo Park, heading kind of down next to McPherson Park before they hop on the road at Forest Avenue, which will put them just a couple blocks away from the hospital and the left-hand turn onto Beaver Street. Yeah, and a lot of great chat about the ladies' race here, which is insanely close. It looks like Sarah's tracker is updated, and she's going to be a little bit ahead of Eliza. And I think that this next section is one of the strongest sections for Sarah. I think that she is really going to crush this climb up Eldon Lookout.
They're saying Sarah and Eliza are right tight together.
Oh, nice. Where are they at?
Now, I didn't hear exactly where they are yet.
Dang, that's exciting.
Your run was exciting. Your run's exciting. He was sleeping at Walnut Canyon last I heard. So we're gonna be your left here.
Do you know where Browning is?
Do we know where Browning is?
For the
Yeah.
125?
Yep, I'm looking right now.
He's checking the tracker.
It looks like he is closing in on, he's about 4 miles out from Walnut Canyon, closing in on the 100-mile mark.
4 miles out of Walnut Canyon, closing in on the 100-mile mark.
He might have got 24.
can see the traffic lights ahead now. That is where the Dark McKnight is going to leave the trail and put his feet on the roads of the great town of Flagstaff, Arizona. He'll make his way up to the hospital before turning left on Beaver Street. And it is mostly downhill into the finish line at Heritage Square.
So we'll go straight across this street here.
Here we go, and you can see through towns the stickered course markers that are on the sidewalks. And it looks like Sarah is, let me look in here, it looks like Sarah is closing in on the Christmas tree trail that will take her over to Eldon Lookout. And she's got a little bit of a lead on Eliza. Eliza hasn't updated in 4 minutes now, but Eliza should be just a little bit past the US 89 crossing there. But the man of the hour right now is none other than Michael McKnight.
That next stoplight's Beaver. That'll be the left. Then, correct. Yep.
So they're going to be crossing
That's
San
right hand off, I
Francisco Street here. One more block. They're going a little bit uphill right now. I'm sure they're going to be really looking forward to that next stoplight where it's nice, easy downhill into town.
All that they say about you is just totally bumped. You're just walking up this hill. Well, we really appreciate you.
No, you guys are killing it. It's amazing.
Thanks for your support. Thanks for volunteering. Thanks for everything.
I think they had you 61 down at some point that you passed.
What's that?
You were down like 61 spots, they said.
61? Nice. A lot.
Yeah, he is going to make a left-hand turn right here. And
All right, guys,
Shad
great job,
cam.
man. Great job.
We're going to
It's
get
been
him
an
picked
honor.
up on our Shad cam here. Shad is going to follow our race leader, Michael McKnight, and his good friend and pacer, Ben Light here. Going to follow them all the way into the finish.
Must be a brisket in the back. Oh, yeah.
Amber in the chat, never count out the Dark McKnight. That is true. This, I believe, this rendition of the Cocodona 250 would be called The Dark McKnight Rises. Mike is still just moving so strong here as he is closing in on the most iconic liquor store of the Cocodona 250, Beaver Street Liquors. Which means he is just a few blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250.
Are they talking about other things right now? Oh, they're talking about you. Ask them how fast Mike did this section last year.
From Eldon to the finish, Mike ran 1 hour and 48 minutes.
Well, sorry. Okay, so not them combined. Mine's combined with Mike. So, what would be the combined time between Walnut and the finish?
Yep, I've got that for you. You got to bear with me as I do some math here late in the evening.
Do some math at 2 in the morning.
It looks like it is 6 hours and 53 minutes. 6 hours, 53 minutes.
An hour. An hour, dude.
In 2022, his split this year is
5:30.
Is going to be under 6 hours, but over 5:30.
Yeah.
His split, I think you'll like this one, Ben. His split from Walnut to Eldon was 4 minutes and 5 seconds, or 4 hours and 5 minutes. Joe McConaughey's split last year was 4 hours and 20 minutes.
You beat Joe's time last year up Eldon by 15 minutes. Or 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I think you pulled me to Eldon, and I pulled you up Eldon.
And so this section of road right here is a little bit deceiving. It's a kind of flat or gentle uphill hill. Once you get to the hospital, this is the only section that isn't downhill until you get to the finish, basically. but then you start to go back down, descending here. And again, this is just a few more blocks. I'll see if at the next street crossing if I can catch a street name, just to give you guys a better idea of what street they're at. This is probably...
This is Elm Street.
This is Elm, yeah. So he's going to go past Dale Street next. Then he will pass Cherry Street, so that's 2 blocks. Then 1 more block, so 3 blocks. And he's going to be making the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports, ladies and gentlemen. The first person to make it here at the 2023 Cocodona 250 is going to be the Dark McKnight himself, Michael McKnight. Rising from the ashes like a phoenix, making one of arguably the most incredible comebacks in the history of the sport. And he's going to cap off what is a long journey for Mike here in just a few minutes. Here it is. At the light, Michael McKnight is going to make that iconic left-hand turn, and then he will just be about a block and a half away from the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish line. What just a truly incredible performance from Mike here. I said it in year 1, and it's a statement that I'll live by. The Michael Jordan of 200s in terms of overall resume. Finally catching his white whale. The one that took him years to get. The 3-year journey of the Cocodona 250 is about to come to a culmination for Michael McKnight. From a DNF in year 1 to a gritty second-place finish in year 2 to coming back from the depths of despair here in year 3, finally getting the monkey off his back, finally getting it done. Michael McKnight, your 2023 Cocodona 250 champion, ladies and gentlemen. 69 hours, 41 minutes. What an incredible performance. What an incredible journey. And I think a statement that I will stand by, the most incredible comeback in ultra running.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Did he find it?
Yeah.
From
Yeah,
62nd
I
place
think I went to close the
at
gate.
mile 78
Yeah.
to winning the
we figured
Cocodona
it out about a
250.
mile out, and I was like, somebody will get it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, like, we're on the same page. Yeah. Hey. Come on, dude.
Well, run over this way. It's like,
Good music effort.
Get a picture of those third graders cheering you on.
I was telling Brandon a story about them. I was thinking about them when I hit that spot.
You want to get a group? Let's get a group picture of the team.
Yeah.
How's your wife? That's your team.
Hey. One, two, three. Three. I guess place it. One,
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Cocodona 250 champion. Getting a big hug from Steve Adderholt, the race director.
I wish Jamil was here for you. I like that. Well, for sure. Thank you for organizing it. Jamil's baby.
Hey, Mom.
Michael. We're doing mad math today, trying to figure out when you were going to be here.
Sorry to get earlier.
Oh, no, that's great. Perfect. It would have been nice if it could have been like, before the sun went down or something. We're so sorry.
Well, I'd
It
love
was
to
such
see
a
them.
pleasure to chase you down all this whole time. We're like, where is he? Where is he?
Thank you so much.
Hey, I was looking for you
Yeah.
out there. Are you in the aid station?
I'm in front of you the whole time. I try to stay ahead of everybody, taking care of getting those aid stations up and running. Like a second
I
away.
appreciate
I
you.
hope you got to utilize them a little bit.
Oh,
yeah. I thought we were all way. So congratulations. Great job. This is super exciting.
You need to have me talk her into moving here.
It's a good thing.
Pressure's on.
She's all right. Hey, Ben.
There it is, the iconic
Oh, that's okay.
after photos. Can't wait to see how these before and afters turn out after the event. Shout out to Scott Rokas in the chat, photographer extraordinaire. Been out there capturing the moments. And again, what an incredible moment for Michael McKnight here. You know, obviously culminating in incredible race today, but that's not even where the story begins. You know, coming out the inaugural year, laying it all on the line and having a tough go and having to DNF. Coming back last year, having a tough early stretch, having a strong comeback to finish second, and then finally coming back out, chasing or meeting his demons head on by embracing the heat, which he's admitted, you know, isn't his strong suit. He struggled early, It looked like he might drop. He was in 62nd place, and he dug down, and to quote his coach, Jeff Browning, he needed to find his inner warrior, and that's exactly what he did. He found the dark McKnight within him and made an incredible run, to the finish line here to become our 2023 champion.
No,
Just an
you're
amazing,
right.
an amazing full circle arc for Mike McKnight, who came into the inaugural Cocodona 250 having basically won every 200 miler there was. Um, you know, like Jim Walmsley at Western States, third time is a charm, and it's so incredible to see Michael get this one done. I think we're going to send it to our static cam for the time being here. We'll let our good filmer Shad, our follow cam extraordinaire, catch a little breather before we get Josh Perry coming in. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here and update. It looks like Josh, as of 13 minutes ago, was on Eldon Lookout Road, but he should be coming close to hitting Lower Oldham, so we'll keep an eye out there. And then on the women's side, as of 6 minutes ago, this race is starting to open up a little bit. Sarah Ostaszewski's last ping was 6 minutes ago at mile 237.1. Eliza LaPierre, her last ping was 3 minutes ago, so a 3-minute time difference, and she was at 235.9, so 3-minute time difference plus 1.2 miles now. I think that just puts into perspective how insanely strong Sarah is currently running, and I can nearly guarantee you that she is going to just chew up Mount Eldon. She's such a strong climber. Eliza LaPierre certainly not out of it. Such an incredible runner. It's going to be amazing to see this women's race unfold over the next 12, 15 miles or so. And in addition, Michael Greer, his last update was 9 minutes ago, and he is at mile 238.1, and Sarah's at 237.1. So he's about 2 miles ahead of Sarah Ostaszewski, or 1 mile, 238.1, 237.1. He's about 1 mile ahead of Sarah Ostaszewski. And she, 8 minutes ago, had just left the Christmas Tree Trail to take the Eldon Lookout Trail, which is kind of a gradual climb before you start the more gnarly section. So that will actually also be an interesting race to watch, is between Michael Greer, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Eliza LaPierre. Those three runners are all kind of in contention right now for the overall podium. Dances with Slugs in the chat. It's always so weird or so bizarre that no one is there. Yeah, it is. I mean, it definitely is, especially as big of an endurance community as Flagstaff has. I think one of the not issues, but it is, what is it, 2:52 on a Thursday morning at this point. So I think maybe the time has something to do with it, but definitely something that I'd love to see continue to improve over the years. And again, if you are just tuning in, we just saw Michael McKnight with a comeback for the ages cap off his incredible run at the 2023 Cocodona 250, becoming the 2023 champion here. At one point, Michael McKnight was in 62nd place. In all honesty, there was a point in time where I thought he was going to DNF. I'm almost positive I texted Race Command to see if he had dropped. But for him to stick it out, to dig deep, and to just say, I'm gonna lay it out there. When he's in 60th place, he just said, I'm gonna see how hard I can run, and if that's good enough to win, then it's good enough to win. And if it's not, then you can be proud of that. And for him to just lay it all out there, and for him to finally be able to culminate this this kind of 3-year odyssey that has been the Cocodona 250 is absolutely remarkable. And so, huge shout out to Mike McKnight. Huge shout out to Mike's pacer and crew, and part of his crew, Ben Light, who was also checking in with us throughout the day. Obviously, incredibly grateful for that, and just so happy that we could share that story. But that's not where the fun ends, ladies and gentlemen. We've got more runners coming in throughout the, I guess, morning at this point. And as the days roll on, we're going to have so many more incredible stories to share with you all, and we can't wait. We can't wait to see what unfolds. Another good thing to point out, just circling back to the lack of fandom, specifically at night here, and shout out to Brian, our filmer, who is also, and it looks like maybe all of our feeds just went down, so we'll send it to the party in Munns Park for a second. One thing that Brian brought up is you also have a lot of Flagstaff locals who are out crewing other runners, volunteering, pacing, things like that. So I wonder if that does impact, especially, during these, first few days, if that impacts the lack of fanfare. But who knows? I think that regardless, as the race grows, hopefully the crowd support continues to grow, not just from obviously the Flagstaff community, but all the communities across the Cocodona route, because that's kind of what the entire vision is for the race, you know? When Jamil, speaks about why he created this, it was, to connect all these mountain towns via kind of a singular trail, right? And it's not necessarily just about connecting the towns, but, also being able to connect and showcase all these incredible different communities. So that is my my TED Talk for this evening. So thank you so much for listening. But we do have our runner cams back out, so they're keeping their eyes out for our next runner, which should be Leeds, Great Britain's own Josh Perry. Oh, and a huge shout out here to Aravaipa Rides, as you can see on your screen there. Our mountain biking silo of the company. We've got let's see. So I believe I talked earlier in the live stream about Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine trail runs on June 10th. On June 9th, the night before, at Fort Tuthill, there's also the Blackout Night Runs, which they kind of work in conjunction. And to cap off what we're kind of dubbing it the Flagstaff Weekend Experience here is our Big Woody Rides event, which is a mountain bike event at Fort Tuthill. So if you're an outdoor enthusiast, head over to aravaiparunning.com and aravaiparrides.com. Check out all those events. And for those of you crazy enough to stay up this late to watch this live stream, if you're interested in signing up for next year's race, the link for registration, 2024 registration, is open at a special early bird price. You will never see prices this low again. That will expire May 15th. You can see that link in the pinned comments. And we did get our finish line camera back up. Hopefully someone is relaying the news to the great Bronco Billy, who is currently leading the Sedona Canyons 125. Jeff Browning is Michael McKnight's coach. So we got to check in with him at Fort Tuthill earlier, and he was so excited. And seeing a lot of congrats and love for Michael McKnight in the chat. Just such an incredible story. To be that close to calling it a day early on, to coming back and winning the Cocodona 250 It's just absolutely amazing. And just to come and check in on our live tracker, it looks like Josh Perry is making his way through the social trails near Buffalo Park. And this is insane. As of 2 minutes ago, Michael Greer, 238.4 miles. As of 1 minute ago, 237.9 miles for Sarah Ostaszewski. So she's closed that to within about a half mile plus a minute on the climb, and she is just absolutely closing hard. And she's opened up a pretty decent lead on Eliza LaPierre. And so Sarah Ostaszewski, currently your women's race leader, is trying to chase down Michael Greer, who's currently your third place men's runner. But Eliza LaPierre is she's still in contention here with second place as the second place woman. She is making her way on the Christmas Tree Trail, so she will be closing in soon on the Eldon Lookout Trail in the climb up Mount Eldon here. My life, my mission in the chat. I believe this will be a new course record, although the course is slightly different than 2021. It is not a fully rerouted course like we had last year. Scott Rokas in the chat. Ben Light, what a hell of a pacer. I think there's magic in the beard, Scott. I think that Ben must have something in the beard because he did just such an incredible job, and so did the rest of Michael's crew and his coach, Jeff Browning, and all of his support system. To get him turned around when he was at such a low point that early into the race, and to get him running as hard as he ran in the later stages of that race, just incredible. And so I see a light on. I see a light on our runner cam out at Buffalo Park. Maybe just testing his light, but we should be seeing our second place runner, Josh Perry, in the not too distant future. He was, looks like Yeah, he was out on the social trails between Buffalo Park and Mount Eldon. His last ping was 10 minutes ago at mile 244.4. So we should be seeing him, starting to probably climb out of the social trails into Buffalo Park here in the next few minutes. Yeah, Emmanuel, I agree. Let's get him a nice, refreshing liquid death first, and then let's go ahead and get him a nice can of Flota. We got some more comments rolling in. Shout out to Blaine Curry in the chat. Up bright and early, or up super late. One of the two. Really making me question what I've accomplished since Monday. Yeah, I agree, Ben. I think that goes for all of these runners. They make me just question sometimes what I'm doing with my life when they are doing something so daunting and so just incredible. And again, if you were just tuning in, we just saw our men's race leader, Michael McKnight, come through the finish line. We are now awaiting Josh Perry, our second place runner, to come into view of some of our camera feeds. We will see him next at Buffalo Park. And then in addition to that, we're keeping our eyes peeled on the women's race here. And we do have Michael Greer at, looks like, mile 238.8. So he is maybe less than a half mile from the summit of the Eldon Lookout Trail. So the summit of Mount Eldon. It looks like he is going to be followed pretty closely by Sarah Ostaszewski. She is, as I kind of expected, just running incredibly strong up Mount Eldon here. And again, we are keeping our eyes peeled here to see if and when we are going to get our second place male, Mr. Josh Perry, into our sights. And while we wait on that, let's go ahead and have a quick commercial break here. Let's first have a little listen to our good friends over at Spring Energy.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
My name is Eric Sensman. I'm an ultra runner based in Flagstaff, Arizona, and this is where I do the bulk of my training. Buffalo Park is iconic in Flagstaff for really people of all walks of life, not just runners. It's just a central place that allows you to access all these different trails and areas north of town. Buffalo Park's an iconic meeting point for runners and walkers and visitors alike. Because the trails are so accessible and so prevalent in Flagstaff, it makes it really easy to go for a run, be in the woods, get out of town, but be able to very quickly come back and finish in town and meet up with your friends, go to a brewery, get a beer. It just feels like the town has evolved to adapting to and welcoming in runners and outdoors people as it's grown. I hope I can stay in Flagstaff forever.
And a huge shout out to our sponsors here, both Spring Energy, who was out at many of the aid stations, and of course Discover Flagstaff, which is where we are right now. And that commercial featured one of our hosts from earlier this evening, Mr. Eric Sensman. So huge shout out to both of those sponsors. We couldn't make any of this coverage happen without you. And we got a comment in the chat. Congratulations to Michael and his crew from Girona. And it looks like we maybe just got a ping update from Sarah O. Looks like she is nearing the top of the Eldon Lookout climb, as is Mike Greer. His last ping was a couple minutes ago. And Sarah is closing in on Mike Greer here pretty well. And Eliza LaPierre is running really strong as of 8 minutes ago on her way up Mount Eldon. And we are hoping that our second place male is going to be coming into our view in a matter of minutes. His tracker hasn't updated in about 24 minutes. And so we're hoping we see him up in Buffalo Park here shortly. And we do think that we're going to have Josh Perry soon. I think we maybe saw some headlamps a little bit ago, but they still have to make that climb out of Buffalo Park, so should be seeing them soon. Sounds like we're going to have eyes on him soon. We've got headlamps coming in the distance here.
We got you.
We are
You are, yep.
currently out at Buffalo Park.
There might be some little blips, but it's gonna mostly be downhill to the plaza.
You're doing great, man. We're almost there.
Thanks, brother.
Got you on live stream. We're going. Great
Here
job.
we got Josh Perry still moving so strong. An FKT
We're
specialist
just going to
here.
go straight down this path to a little shed and then turn a right downhill. You're doing great.
Josh ran, such a patient race early on and has really just been pushing and running so strong over the last, day or so. And it's amazing to see him, be able to cap off his journey with such an incredible performance here. Yeah, and so you can see they're just entering, kind of Buffalo Park proper now. They're now kind of on the trail that runs straight through the center of the kind of two angel wings of the Buffalo Loop, as we like to call it. I believe Sarah O is one of the first people I've heard say that, so
Great.
shout out to her.
You guys are killing it. They're just getting to the top right now.
One of the things that makes the Cocodona 250 so special is
You want me on or off? Do you want my light on or off?
one of the things that makes this race so special is it's truly like an intersection between all of these
We got it. You're good.
all of these different kind of areas of the sport. And Josh is a perfect example of that. Not a huge racing background, but has done so many, long trail and FKT attempts that he came out to a race like this and he knew exactly what to do. And I think I've said, a number of times over the years, part of one of the major things about this race is, your ability to problem solve. And Josh has, shown that he, clearly has the ability to solve problems as they arise. And so just to see if we can check in here.
You're going to see that fence. We're going to go to the right around the fence. Yep.
Looks like we haven't gotten an update on Michael Greer or Sarah O
It is, yep.
in a few minutes,
We're
but
leaving Buffalo Park here shortly.
they both were still just a few minutes ago trying to make their way up and over the summit there. So still a little ways for them to go, and you can see exiting Buffalo Park here. Starting to make our way.
Through that little house thing to the right. Perfect.
Here they are exiting Buffalo Park here. We're going to go just a little
Aim
bit
for those 3 reflectors.
down
Slight
the
right.
parking lot
Yep.
here. And they're going to hang a right on the Switzer Canyon Trail just ahead. And that will be kind of our trail that runs downhill until they are put out on the roads of Flagstaff
Right
for the
through
last
those rocks
mile
and
or
turn right
so
through those
of the
other 2
race.
reflected white signs. Hey man, it's my pleasure.
Nice having company.
It's an honor.
Can you believe this, man? Look at him go.
It's insane.
Oh yeah, Mr. Mary.
Half mile from the pavement.
And then how much did you have from the rim?
Less than 2.
Less than 2?
You know, half mile to the pavement and then less than 2 all the way in. You're good. You're great.
So incredible to just see how strong Josh is still moving here. You know, 200 and
Talking about how
48
strong you
miles
look
in
right
here.
now.
Yeah, bud. You look so good. So proud of yourself. We're gonna go around here, all the path,
We're,
and make a right on the main road. And then we're gonna run right in between the hospital and into downtown Flagstaff. I got you, buddy.
wrong turn. So we're flawless on trail. We're not going to make a wrong turn here. Now you'll have me till the hospital and somebody else taking you in. And sweep a little left here. Yep.
You can see the lights of the street lights of Flagstaff there. Josh is going to be making his way via the trail over to the traffic lights that you see there. He's going to have a short little 2-block climb up to the hospital. He's going to turn left on Beaver Street and then make his way down into downtown Flagstaff.
So straight over to the right here, the green light. Nope.
That's a great question, but no.
What's that? No, you're doing great. That red light, the second stoplights are left, then down into town.
We are following our men's second place runner, Josh Perry here. The pride of Leeds. And again, just still moving so strong and so purposefully up this hill, and when he gets again to the second light up there, he will be making a left-hand
Still
turn
talking
onto
about you
Berber
moving
Street.
strong up this hill. You're looking great.
As he's crossing San Francisco here, that means
This
one
one
more
or the
block.
next one, either way. The guy will probably hit the button for you at the next one.
The next light, he's going to make that left-hand turn onto Beaver Street and begin the downhill journey into the heart of Flagstaff.
He's coming up on you. Great job, Josh. Great job, man. Bring it home.
Here he is. We'll pick him up on the shad cam here. So he's going to now begin his descent down Beaver Street.
Nope. A lot closer than Black Sea. That was a mile, Josh.
A huge shout out to everyone in the live chat who is tuning in as we are following in our second place finisher here at the Cocodona 250, Josh Perry.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm just glad to be out here.
Tried to climb Alden with my buddy at midnight. Ran down into Flagstaff. all the very detailed job. Yeah, it was really cold and windy. Look at that. We're less than a mile from a warm bed, baby. Way to fucking fly, baby. Nice and running. Alright, it'll flatten up a bit, but it'll be up. Sounds okay. Just straight all the way through. I'm gonna make sure there's no cars.
He is moving with a purpose here.
You want to drop me like swing me and drop wet last year?
You know, I'm glad that now I'm not the only one who has given Whit a hard time about getting dropped by Joe.
Except for that last 100 feet before the finish line, dip offer. Huh? You want me to cross it with you? Sure. I love you, man. I'm so proud. Thanks for letting me be here, please.
This is the last flat little section before the final descent into downtown Flagstaff.
Are we making a right before back?
You're going to make a left on Birch.
And I believe we decided that this street is Elm. Is that correct, Shed?
Yes, this is Elm.
Yep. So that means that once runners cross here, they'll have Dale, then Cherry, then they will make that left-hand turn on Birch. So a little less than 3 blocks.
Yes, it's in the plaza. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I'm a little confused with myself.
Sorry.
Thanks for running with us, man.
Hey, no problem. I love it.
Is there audio on that thing or no?
There is.
Oh, Yeah.
One more block, and they will be making the left-hand turn onto Birch. The most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports, as our live stream viewers know.
Yep.
And then this means he will have about a block and a half
Yep, you're gonna make it left.
before he is going to find himself at the finish line of the 2023 Cocodona 250.
About half a block after this intersection.
We're literally like a block and a half away from finishing, dude. It's right next to my old job. Is it?
And it's in between the.
Your AZT FKT or another go at it? Oh.
In between the two buildings on the right there.
Right over here?
Yep.
Can we check in wherever?
There's only one way to get in there.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, making the right-hand turn here down Cocodona Alley. Your second place finisher of the 2023 Cocodona 250, Josh Perry, the FKT King himself from Leeds, UK. What an incredible run. So patient, so strong.
Dude, you fucking did it, man. What time did we finish in? Like 71 hours. Let's go, Mike. Good stuff, man.
What a moment there.
Well, the Met. They sweat in there, Todd. Gotcha. Yeah. Let's get it. We gotta get it after. I mean, like, it's unbelievable. Like, he did not look like a man that was just ran 230 miles and had a 3,500 foot time out thousand. Huh? Yeah, they gave me a brisket and a white claw. Oh, baby. Oh yeah, team 2 activity. We have a naked team. It's like, just go to bed, please.
What just an amazing moment. And yeah, just such an incredible moment for Josh to be able to share that with his pacer and his friend. So special. And people in the chat asking to adjust the finish time or the start time for more Finnish spectators. If we did that, there would be a lot more suffering in the some of the hotter sections, whether it be the early section of the course or the later section of the course. Two just absolutely incredible performances so far tonight. Michael McKnight coming back from the depths of despair to rally and finally get that Cocodona crown. And then Josh Perry to run just such a strong race, to get through his low moments and to run so strong late in the race, coming in as our second place finisher. And we're going to take a look at our tracker here. We'll keep it locked on the finish line. And it looks like with the last update, which was about 2 minutes apart, Michael Greer was at 240.9, Sarah 240.1, and Eliza, whose tracker hasn't updated for 3 minutes, Sarah's has updated immediately. She's at 238.1, so she's 2 miles behind Sarah, but her tracker updated 3 minutes later. huge shout out to everyone who is tuning in to the live chat. Shout out to Jem Rooney, of course. Looking forward to seeing Chad Wright, the pride of Georgia. Chad Wright is he's a legend. And for right now, we are awaiting our third place male runner. And I think someone in the chat earlier asked about predicted time for Sarah. So once she leaves the Eldon Aid Station, I think it's going to be somewhere between 90 minutes and 2 hours. Last year, Sarah ran 2 hours and 5 minutes for this section. Annie Hughes ran 90 minutes for this section, so I think that we are probably going to see something in between, especially as Sarah knows she's got, a runner, just ahead that could put her on the overall podium, and she's got a really strong runner just behind her that could take away the women's crown from her here at Cocodona. Shout out to Amanda in the chat. Her and her husband have apparently been taking sleeping shifts so that they can stay tuned into what's going on with the race. Oh, Sarah Newberry. Sarah, you missed it. You missed maybe the culmination of the greatest comeback in ultra running history, quite possibly. And we've decided to title this year's rendition of the Cocodona 250 "The Dark McKnight Rises." Yeah, Sarah, like Browning and Mortimer's cow said, there wasn't a ton of yelling and cowbells at 3 o'clock in the morning here in Flagstaff, so you apparently didn't miss out on an incredible performance because there wasn't a lot of cheering in the middle of the night here, so you didn't miss out on too much, aside from, like I said, just maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the sport's history. But Sarah, we are glad you were tuned back in, and that's the most important thing. So it does look like Sarah O is out of the Mount Eldon aid station. And so we will see what her split time was there. So when they were out of Mount Eldon, Sarah was 13 minutes behind Michael Greer. And if we are thinking maybe about a 90-minute finish here, looks like she would be finishing at about 70. Let me do the math here. Yeah, about 72 and a half hours. Tom Abbott in the chat, what was it, 65 runners that got McKnighted in the last 24 hours? I believe the number I heard was 62, or that he was in 62nd place. But let me see if we can maybe get some more details. Yeah, I'm thinking the number I heard was that he was in 62nd place, but definitely could have been a little bit more. So for those of you just tuning in, we are looking at the Cocodona 250 finish line here. The lights will go off at the finish line overnight when there's no activity there. Flagstaff is a dark sky district, so after 10 p.m., lights outside that aren't in use are meant to be off to help kind of maintain that integrity. And we just saw Mike McKnight make the comeback, a comeback for the ages, to win the Cocodona 250, and then we also just more recently saw Mr. Josh Perry come through the finish as our second place overall runner, running, so intelligently early on, running such a strong race over the last 24 hours. So such a strong performance from Josh, moving up through the field. And now we kind of turn our attention to the women's race a little bit. We also will have, it looks like, Michael Greer, who is currently in third overall and will be our third place male. He is up and over Eldon and is coming down Eldon Lookout Road. But we're keeping a close eye on the battle for women's supremacy between Sarah Ostaszewski, who is through the Mount Eldon aid station, and Eliza LaPierre, who is on her way up Mount Eldon still. Definitely still plenty of time for Eliza to make up ground, but it is looking like it's going to be a fairly close race, regardless of who comes out on top. Carrie Greer in the chat. What an effort by McKnight. Huge congrats for him. What a solid performance. Yeah. Huge shout out again to Mike McKnight, and a huge shout out to Josh Perry, who we just saw finish what I think was, a really special moment coming down Beaver Street, getting to hear his friend and pacer say, "I'm going to run with you, and then when we get close to the finish line, I'm going to step away." And for Josh to say, "No, I want you to come with me to share that moment," that was really special. And you could see, just how much that meant to Josh when he crossed the finish line. So that's what this race is all about. Obviously this is our first and second place runners, but you're going to see these kind of stories develop through, the front of the pack, the middle of the pack, and the back of the pack, because the reward is the journey and the experience for these runners, right? When they cross that finish line, the experience that they just had was truly remarkable, and is something that they probably won't forget for the rest of their lives. Yeah, and Carrie in the chat still cheering for Michael Greer. Yet we're keeping an eye on the tracker here for him, and we will have our runner cams back out there. It looks like at least our Buffalo Park cam is probably going to be out there still. So hopefully we'll be following him in, and then he'll round out our men's podium, and then we'll be looking at the ladies race as well, or the women's race rather. And it looks like Michael and Sarah Ostaszewski are going to be fairly close in terms of finishing. So going to be really cool to keep an eye on Michael coming in, Sarah coming in, and then Eliza LaPierre also not far behind, and still trying to make a push for that women's win. Sarah Newberry in the chat. She's making me so proud to be a Sarah. Yeah, I mean, Sarah O is having such a strong run. This is going to be her third finish here at the Cocodona 250, and she's just out there having such a strong run. It looks like Eliza LaPierre, her last ping was 10 minutes ago, but she should be getting pretty close to the summit of Mount Eldon. Yeah, I was just about to chime into the chat. Shout out to Jonathan Hoffman. Cocodona is a Western States qualifier. So Jonathan beat me to it here. And we are checking out our live tracker. It looks like Eliza LaPierre is about mile 238.5, and she just pinged Sarah O 242.1, so she has stretched that lead out a decent amount. Looks like Michael Greer's tracker hasn't updated in about 30 minutes, so he's probably still ahead of Sarah. Yeah, Carrie Allen in the chat. I'm not 100% sure when we're going to stop, to be honest. I'm going to keep going through at least these top women. But at that point, we'll also probably have our day crew ready to keep things going. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll also have, Jeff Browning, the Sedona Canyon's 125 leader. He's only got 17 miles left, so we'll probably see him as well. And it looks like Greer just updated, and so he's at 243.4 and 242.1, so 1.3 miles. Sarah was about 3 minutes behind, so yeah, somewhere around a mile behind Greer is where Sarah currently is. And Greer's moving on this descent here. Carrie in the chat, even though that could be a few more hours. Yeah, I would expect once Eliza hits leaves the Mount Eldon aid station, I would expect her to probably have about a 2-hour split, maybe faster, from Mount Eldon to the finish there. So that can give us maybe a little bit of perspective on once she gets out of Mount Eldon, that might give us a better perspective of when she might be finishing. Then it looks like, I don't know if Mika has left Walnut Canyon yet. It looks like her tracker hasn't updated in about 28 minutes. But yeah, once we get these this kind of next batch of runners in here, we will kind of reevaluate what we want to do stream wise, I believe. Yeah, Jen in the chat just woke up. Any update on Eliza and Sarah? Yes, Sarah's been making just a big charge. She overtook Eliza, and then in typical Sarah fashion, just absolutely crushed the climb up Mount Eldon and has extended a little bit of a lead. Eliza is such an incredibly talented runner that I don't think that anything is a done deal until you're crossing the finish line. So So yeah, it'll still be interesting, but to see, how that women's race shakes out. But Sarah has opened a little bit of a lead as of right now. Yes. Sarah, yeah, we will definitely have coverage. Obviously, today is Thursday, so throughout the day today, um, throughout the day Friday, and then in the morning on Saturday for our final finishers. We probably won't go through the night these next couple of nights, but we will. We will be, here until the final cutoff, telling the stories of all these incredible mid and back of the pack runners. Yeah, Jonathan in the chat, I think that's kind of a perfect lesson to take away from this race. So couldn't agree with you more on that. It's amazing. So for those of you just tuning in, we are looking at the finish line for the Cocodona races here in downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Square. We've seen Mike McKnight come in already, taking the win of the Cocodona 250. We just saw Josh Perry not that long ago come out in second place. Now we are awaiting our third place runner and then our first overall female. Sorry about that pause in commentary. I had to go and grab myself another can of delicious Liquid Death mountain water here. Let's go ahead and check in with the live chat over here. Yeah, Lucy in the chat. Shout out to Josh for finishing at a respectable time over in the UK. The live tracker is linked in the description of this video. So the link that is pinned at the top of the comments here is the registration link for 2024. So if you're having a little FOMO, feel free to go ahead and head on over to Ultra Sign Up, secure your spot today. Shout out to Coach Mike, as all of the runners he's coaching are still in the race, which is pretty amazing. Yeah, Sally is currently the fourth female runner out on course, and our first female runner is currently Sarah Ostaszewski, and she is about 5.5 miles out from the finish, and that was 7 minutes ago. let's just scroll back just a bit here. Yeah, and it looks like Mika's tracker hasn't updated in about 41 minutes, so we'll keep our eye on that to see if we can get a better indication of where our third place female runner currently is. Trails Von Mutter in the chat. Temps in Flagstaff, a brisk 43 degrees Fahrenheit or 8 degrees Celsius. Up on Eldon, it's probably even colder. So wonder, I'm imagining that a lot of these runners are probably trying to make their trips fairly efficient. Got some more Josh Perry love in the chat here. And what is up, everyone? I am excited to bring back on a special guest here that we had on earlier in the week. Let me see if I can get audio. Yeah, I think audio is good. Allison, how are you doing today? This is Allison Mercer with Fastest Known Time. It's only fitting to have you on after we just got to see Josh Perry with such a special moment there.
I mean, between Josh and Michael McKnight, both strong FKTers, Mike with his Colorado Trail and Arizona Trail showdown that they did last week or last year with Ben Light, and then Josh's performance running down. I mean, absolutely incredible finishes by both athletes. Just shows you never count them out. You never know what's going to happen in a 250-mile race. And also, I think you saw both crews. It's so huge in this race, seeing the impact the crews have had on morale and keeping the runners going.
Yeah, 100%. And I think another thing that we've noticed over time, and this is something that Finn had pointed out on the broadcast, because I know that Finn comes, from that through hiking background in certain ways, is that the crews of these people or of these runners who are doing, FKTs or big through hikes and things like that are so dialed and everything is so efficient. So like when Michael McKnight would come in, everything was already done. Everything was already prepped and ready to go. And it was just a matter of deciding, do you need to change shoes? Do you need to use the massage gun? What else do you need aside from the stuff that we've already gotten done for you? And I know at times in the race he was making up 5-10 minutes plus at aid stations just because his crew was so dialed.
Oh, definitely. Like you said, you come in and it's like a NASCAR pit crew. They're ready, they're anticipating. And I mean, that's what's great about the live tracker and the live stream is when your athlete is coming in. I mean, I wish we had that with FKTs. I guess you do with the InReach, but you know what to expect. You know what to anticipate. I'm sure a lot of runners come in with spreadsheets. I'll need this at this aid station. I need this pacer's coming in, and making sure that you are as proactive as possible so that when your athlete comes in, you anticipate everything because you ask them questions like, how are you? They're not going to know, especially after 3 days of being in the elements. You just say, hey, do I need this? Did you have a jacket? Here's some extra batteries. The thinking for them because they're not going to want to think. They got enough on their mind. So the fact that everyone has, like I know you showed at Crown King, the fisherman's box with every different supplies, having it organized and everything laid out, because the less you have to be at the aid station, the more you can keep your runner moving, the less still time. I know that was huge on Joe. I think Joe had 13 hours last year of stoppage time total at aid stations. And it just shows you the impact it had on his race. He kept moving forward. He kept knowing, and also having a crew that knows you, knows what you want. I mean, Ben Light and Michael McKnight are like Batman and Robin when it comes to these kind of adventures. So they know what each other needs and can read it without saying it. And I think it's just like Joe and Whit. Whit can anticipate what Joe needs without Joe saying it. So I think that's like a different kind of love language, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that that's one of just the most interesting things about this race is getting to see the different crew dynamics, and some of it is dependent upon the background of running that you come from, and even maybe what your goals are for the race. But that was super cool to see, and I think one of my favorite moments so far during the stream was the moment coming down Beaver Street just a little bit ago where Josh and his pacer, are running together. His pacer tells him, I'm going to take you to the finish, but I'm going to step away beforehand. And Josh was adamant that he wanted his pacer to finish with him, and for them to be able to share that moment, that was super cool. The other favorite moment was his pacer asking Josh if he wanted if Josh wanted to drop him like String Bean dropped Wit. I thought that was I thought that was pretty great.
Oh yeah, they've been mentioning that the whole time. I've been talking to Joe, his pacer, Eric, part of his crew, just seeing how it's going, really wishing I was there and having so much FOMO. And that's what he said. He goes, "We're going to be like Kobe Bryant closing." And it was just so cool to see, especially them running. Like you're 240 miles in and you're still running. Absolutely incredible. But it has, when you have a pacer that's just positive, encouraging. I mean, how can you not have fun and just treasure those moments because you cannot do it without them and to share that moment. I know it was just a running joke, and I mentioned how we didn't go. I don't think you went a day without mentioning Wit and String Bean and the not only at Cocodona, but it also happened on your live stream at Javelina. So there's a long history of Stream Bean and Wits dropping techniques. So it was just great to have the jokes and keep it lighthearted and fun. I mean, that's why they do it. It's just no pressure. They know that they're closing in and waiting to do that left turn. When I was pacing, um, finishing Eldon, going into Flagstaff, he wanted to take a right into the Indian restaurant and said, "I'm really hungry. Can we just stop for Indian food first?" I'm like, the finish line is 500 feet away. We can have all the time for Indian food after. So it just shows you, that you're just having fun and just very lighthearted. And I was just, trying to tell Wit jokes, and he's like, "Shh, be quiet," which he did a lot during it, but also just like, I want to savor this moment because it's just such a feeling of accomplishment.
Yeah, well, and especially, that first year, not to obviously discredit, every year it's an incredible accomplishment, but that first year, I think a lot of runners had to go on really deep vision quests just to get to the finish line. Like even Michael Versteeg, when he came into Crown King at the very beginning of the race, he was just like, that was really hard, and he went on to win the race, and it was just, yeah, I could definitely see Wit probably wanting to take a break almost anywhere he could at that point. And so I thought one of the other cool things was I need to find myself a hype man like the pacer there that Josh had. You said his name is Joe, right?
Yeah, Joe
Yeah,
Alonso. Joe
Joe.
hikes on Instagram. So
Joe.
he's
Joe needs to be
quite a
like.
fun follow.
Yeah, he needs to be like. He needs to be like my hype man in just my daily life. He was so awesome, just like you said, staying so positive, telling jokes, but just like telling him how awesome he was doing, how proud of him he was. When Josh is 248 or 49 miles in, like he feels terrible. He doesn't probably think he's moving very fast. Like he probably thinks the entire world is about to catch him, despite him having like an 8 mile lead or a 9 mile lead or something like that. And so I thought it was really awesome for Joe to to just be hyping him up the whole time and keeping him moving forward because he knew that was what his runner needed at the time.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, Joe's just having a blast. He's just enjoying the moment. And he's just like, you know what? We're kind of the underdogs. This is, they're not used to doing all these races and adventures. They're just through hikers that just enjoy the experience. So to spread that joy and love is just incredible and it's contagious. And it just keeps things lighthearted. It was interesting. Josh said like during the race, people would recognize him from the PCT or his other adventures. And he's just like, people know who I am. Like, and I was telling him about the Josh Perry fan club and how everyone was excited for him on the live stream. And they're like, people know who I am. So he was very excited to have a strong finish well, finish strong. And he's like, I'm just walking. I'm not doing anything incredible. I'm not, doing a sub 4 minute mile. I am just walking in the desert. So it's just to have that attitude and just the perspective of just having fun.
Yeah, it's so amazing. And just to shift gears slightly here, Allison, this women's race here at Cocodona has been absolutely bananas. What are your kind of general thoughts about the way the race has shaped up so far?
I mean, Sarah, you got to give her so much credit and so much resiliency. And it just shows her experience. I know Joe mentioned in the live stream how the first year, she was just having fun and just getting the experience. Year two, she kind of overdid it, over focused, powered in, wanted to finish hard, and then just kind of lost it. But now, it's just having that steady groove. She may overtake Mike Greer. It's just incredible to see her finish so strong. And also, I think there's something about home court advantage, knowing so many people, knowing the course like the back of her hand. And let's be honest, you want to talk about a strong crew, having not only Arlen Glick, but Kyle Curtin pacing you. It's a
Yep.
pretty strong team.
Yeah, I mean, she's had like an incredible crew, and like obviously her twin sister Melissa kind of running things, like going back to kind of that crew dynamic. I don't think there's probably any crew person who knows their runner better than Melissa knows Sarah, her twin sister, right? And so that's really awesome. And I think for Sarah, she probably had to feel incredibly comfortable, or like incredibly confident when she got to Fort Tuthill or Walnut Canyon area, because she has so much familiarity with the course. And every time I've talked to Sarah about it, she's always looking forward to the climb up Mount Eldon, whereas a lot of other runners aren't necessarily dreading it per se, but it's not necessarily their favorite thing. And Sarah's like so stoked for it, and she had such an incredible climb up Mount Eldon, which I think is really where she's kind of been able to separate a little bit from Eliza LaPierre. She'd passed her beforehand, but I think she really kind of broke open the gap with that climb. And I'm not super surprised. Just you look back at her run at Muggian, I guess 2 years ago now, or a year and a half ago now, and she's just such a strong climber that Eldon late in the race like plays into her hands so much. So it's awesome to see, like you said, kind of her resiliency, right? Because she, when you look at the race as a whole, she went out in the lead early on, and then fell back a little bit in kind of the middle section, but was able to. I don't want to say like she hit such a low moment that she needed to regroup, but she like stayed in it, right? Like I think when you go from first to third or fourth or fifth, sometimes it's easy to just maybe lose focus on what you're trying to do. And I think that she was really able to just kind of like stay in the moment and continue having fun while also kind of pushing herself forward.
And I think that's the importance of not only your crew keeping you positive, keeping you motivated, not counting yourself out. Once again, with a race this distance, just look at the leaderboard. It's completely flipped, that you're never out. And especially having Eldon at the end, where that can really just break you. And also just kind of like, can I do this? And having to stop, having that confidence that you can tackle the hardest climb at the end of the race. And also for Mike and Josh, doing it in the dark. Like it was hard enough doing it during the day, but let alone at the dark where you don't really know your footing, can be really tough. So just to have that confidence, and I think for Sarah, knowing that she can do the distance and that she is never out. I think for Eliza, she's new to this distance. She's new to being in altitude now that they're in Flagstaff. Maybe that's playing a role into what's going on with Eliza. But, she's still in good spirits and knows how to finish. But, I think something there comes with experience that Sarah has. But excited to see both of them finish, and also within, finishing probably in the top 5 in a race just shows you the power of the women in this race. Same with Mika. Her and Mike have had such a strong, consistent race, and just her resume of all the 200s. There's something to be said about experience in that race and knowing how, I don't know if you can pace a 200-mile race, but to really know how to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think that Sarah's experience, and not even just at the distance, but like specifically at the distance on this course, right? Because I think that this course presents like its own unique set of challenges, because you're dipping in and out of kind of high alpine environments, getting up to around 7,000 feet around Mingus Mountain, coming back down into these like more lowland areas where it's a little bit warmer, and then climbing back up to high altitude where it's a little bit cooler. I think there's just a number of ways that the course specificity can kind of challenge you. But I agree. I think that Sarah's experience at the distance is also setting her apart. And again, like, Eliza is running such an incredible race, and they're both running so strong that it's just been amazing to kind of watch and follow along. And then Mika Thews has been running strong all day as well. And so it's been the women's race has been, just, yeah, so exciting to watch. I mean, obviously, like, there's the Mike McKnight comeback story, which is really cool, and like Josh Perry, who hasn't done a ton of races but has this unique background, is a really cool story. But having seen the women kind of battle so closely and so near the front of the overall race, for the entirety of the race of the last 2.5 days or so, has been just like so awesome to watch. And to me, it's been like one of the most exciting things has been like, can Eliza can Eliza win outright? And then it's, is Sarah gonna come back into it? And then it's, are they gonna battle back and forth? Now is Sarah gonna be able to make the overall podium? And so I think that, like, there's just been so much excitement behind the women's races here that it's been a lot of fun to follow along.
And the fact that they're smiling the whole time, I'm just like, after a 5K, I'm angry and I'm just like, oh, and they're just like smiling. Sarah's social media is just like filled with her just like enjoying, taking pictures, taking it all in. Josh and Eliza were talking around mile 180 about the long trail, and Eliza said if Josh comes back, that she would help support him. And Eliza's made attempts at the long trail FKT, and just like so happy and positive, and just just having that attitude. It's like incredible that you're going 3 days without sleep and you're just like on your feet. It's just, to have that kind of attitude and mentality shows you that not only is 250 miles a physical endeavor, but it's also that mentality. And I'm guessing that's why with Micah and Mike, like, having someone to partner with, like you say, having that experience shows that you really need to have that mentality and that person to help you. And I mean, also speaking of having fun, how can we not mention Goldberg? I mean, now he's once again creeping into the top 5 potentially. Um, just like last year, and I think of all people, he's probably having the best time.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. Kevin Goldberg at one point we had him on the drone, and he had pulled his phone out and was in the live stream chat while going around the Midgley Bridge area in Sedona. And I was like, this guy is he's awesome. We love Kevin. Obviously, he's got a very big and boisterous fan club in the live chat, but he's always smiling. And it's like I look and I'm like, I know deep down, deep down you can't feel this good. You've run 220 miles. Like deep down inside, you can't feel this great. But he's always he's always so positive, and he's just out here having so much fun. And I think the other one to note on that, who's kind of had that same spirit, is Sally McRae. This is a new race distance for her, a very new race distance for her. She, is having some blister issues on her feet and is still just trying to put it to the side and trudge forward. And despite her feet just being, wrecked, she's so positive and, she's willing to give the live stream time to chat when she can. And it's just so amazing how, there's this balance. Like you have to be fit enough to run the race, whatever, that's a relative scale, right? Whatever your relative level of fitness is to get you through the race, but you also have to be very mentally fit to get through the race. And I think that that's one of the most important things. And I think that that's something that, another crowd favorite and Georgia native, Chad Wright, said when we saw him. He was like, I'm a really tough dude, and this is really hard. I don't usually have to do this and go to these places, but I'm doing it. And he's like, that's really cool. He's trying to stay positive about the suffering that he's experienced out here, and it's been just so cool to see how so many of these runners, when you know that they can't be feeling great, are just still so positive.
Oh, definitely. And another one, the mustache of the race, Dom Grossman, after having not a fabulous race last year, I mean, every time he's on the live stream or whatnot, just such a positive, joking, having that humility about his lead up, but just enjoying it and just taking it in stride, having it as a family affair. It's so cool to see. And I think it just shows the human side of these people and just their story, and that they're just like anyone else. And I think it's cool to showcase people, because how many people knew who a Kevin Goldberg or these other, or Killian, our leader for the first 2 days, gives them their time to shine, and makes them feel, just as, important, and just gives them their moment. I really love. And
Yeah.
that's what's cool about the live stream, and just the interactive part is how many people can say, oh yeah, during a race, I was in the chat, I was in the live stream, I was, the first year when Jeff was, on the live stream, literally talking, and enjoying it and just having fun with the guys. Like, yeah, what's going on? Checking in. Like, how many races have that opportunity? I don't see that in the Tour de France. I don't see that at UTMB. But it's really cool that, people take the time and really enjoy it. And let's be honest, I've seen so many people already signing up for Cocodona. Just shows how much the live stream counts and how much people love it.
Yeah, let me get a up to date total on the number of registrants for next year's race. If you are just tuning in, 2024 registration for the Cocodona events is open, and we have 17 people already registered, either for the Cocodona 250, the Sedona Canyons 125, or the Eldon Crest 36. So, shout out to all those people. And circling back, how cool would it be though if if UTMB had athletes check in from on the trail.
I mean, their coverage and have it from the Alps would be cool. It just to have that shared experience to feel like you're a part of the race. I mean, obviously, the caliber athlete and what's at stake at UTMB is a little different than Cocodona. No offense.
Yep.
Uh, but I mean, it's just cool to feel like you're a part of it. I think everyone wants that immersive experience. So it would be cool to have that firsthand perspective. I mean, that's what's great about social media, about doing any live chat. You are a part of it. You feel like you are with the athlete, that y'all are friends, that you're sharing the journey together. I mean, that's what I felt like the last 4 days or 3 days, and I'm kind of like, what am I going to do tomorrow? Where I'm not tuning in. I'm not going, all right, is this person in the lead? Is this person? Who's going to finish? Did they do this climb? Uh-oh, it looks like, what's going on? But it's just such a joy, and it's something to look forward to every year.
Yeah, and I mean, it's obviously for us, it's a lot of fun to put on this broadcast because, like you said, it is different. It's a lot different than our Javelina broadcast or our Bandera coverage or our Black Canyon broadcast, where those races are more centered around like athletes running really fast times, right? Whereas this race, like you just saw Josh Perry so emotional and so excited because he got there, right? And it's like it doesn't matter if you're and the same with Mike McKnight, right? Like, and for him it was such a long journey to be the first one to cross the finish line at Cocodona, and to them it's just this like the end goal isn't necessarily where you place. It's kind of seeing if you can do it in a lot of ways, right? Because it's that type of race. It's gonna kind of suck everything out of you.
Definitely. And just the build towards it, I know um it doesn't matter like how much I guess it's just crazy to say, with Michael McKnight, you see his lead up. He's been Instagram and shows that his build up hasn't been 100%. They were going to go for the Arizona Trail FKT again, didn't work out. And the back, it shows the perseverance too. I think is incredible with Mike and what he's capable of. You know, I I think on a totally unrelated note, think it was that wild hair that they were showing in the photos that just spiked his interest. It wasn't just the raw milk, but just that hairstyle he had was so incredible, and it just shows like the personality of the runners. I think too that or like you said, Josh's pacer. I think it's cool to see all the characters that play in. Like, it's like a Netflix reality show of people doing a 250-mile race. It's our own, adventure. Because, I mean, who would think, you tell people, oh, my 250-mile race, they're just like, why? Or just if you're local and you're like, oh yeah, my friend's running from Phoenix to Flagstaff, people are just like, how? So it's just cool that they are on a journey, that it's not just loops in a backyard, it's an actual journey. And the things that you can do on foot is absolutely mind-blowing. And the fact that it's also expanded to 125 miles, or just the Eldon climb, where people can get a feel for it if they're not ready to tackle that race. See the highlights of it. I don't think there's a bad section on the course. Everything has great views, great climbs, and just an adventure in itself. Have you done most of the course?
I've done most of the course in sections, except for basically the hard part of the first 50K.
Yeah. I mean, I think even with the water, I think having that climb right at the beginning really was a true test for people. And you can tell the people that had done the climb before. I know Eliza mentioned she did it, Josh had done it before. Just to know what to expect and how to pace it, that you don't need to go out of a 250-mile race guns blazing, like to take your time, because you're going to be probably the hottest part of the course, and also just rationing your water. I think Josh and Eliza were comparing notes of who threw up the most. I think each had six, just because of the heat and just acclimating to it. Um, so to really rally from that early in the race, I remember when I was pacing and crewing Wit the first year, he came in to Crown King and he was hoarse. He said he gave out water to different runners that had lost water and just rationing out. And it was just incredible. And I think I, I think at least 40 people dropped at Crown King just because of that. They're just like, how am I going to do this for 200 more miles? But to persevere and then hit that climb out of Crown King, keep on going, is absolutely a true test of their character and just mental fortitude. I think the people that probably did the race last year and are doing it this year can see the difference and why the times were so different between the first year and the second year. But it'd be interesting to see what people like Jeff and Sarah have to say about all three. I mean, to do all three Cocodona, a true testament of them and maybe their insanity.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it looks like we've got a big Josh Perry fan club here in the live chat. A lot of family, a lot of friends. He's got some schoolmates in here. Josh had such a strong run, and I think that everyone's super proud of him.
For sure. It was funny. He even said going in, his pack was kind of falling apart. And he was trying to look for a new one. He had just gotten a headlamp. He was like, I have a real headlamp. And just knowing about socks. And he was even like talking about how he naps. And he's like, my legs hurt. This is kind of hard. And I'm just like, what did you expect? So it's just funny to hear his perspective. But we had a blast with him and Mogian when he helped crew Ben, and just his attitude and just jokes. And
Oh wow.
I mean, his resume and all of his adventures, not only in the UK, but also in the US, and the adventures he has planned. I mean, the sky's the limit for Josh, and how young he is too, and all that he's already experienced. I mean, I can't say enough about Josh, and not only his personality, his very sarcastic sense of humor, dry humor, but also just his talent.
Yeah, so incredible. And I don't know if you can see the live shot or not, Allison, but we have Sarah O and her pacer, along with Michael Greer and his pacer, both entering
Wow.
Buffalo Park here together on our follow cam, which is this is pretty awesome.
And running too. It's so nice that they have daylight now and that, they're finishing together. It was interesting because I was looking at the live tracker and I was like, wait, Michael Greer hasn't updated in 32 minutes, which was the same thing with Josh around when he hit the 244 mark. But it's cool that they are finishing close. Sarah knows she's got 2 miles left. Michael's just holding on, and he's had such a strong race too from the get-go, being
Yep.
all the way up to second place, and really closing in. He's had such strong training leading in. But
Yeah.
yeah, the fact that they're still, running, even almost dropping their pacers.
Yeah, it looked like maybe is that Kyle right there? Maybe it dropped back for a minute, but
Hmm.
yeah, I think their pacers are kind of just letting them enjoy the experience as racers or runners kind of together here.
Maybe, Michael knows, Sarah knows her way around. I don't have to worry about watching any more flags or anything, and I can just enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sarah for the longest time has probably been able to, I think in the Walnut Canyon area, you probably always have to be mindful because there's all sorts of different lookout paths that kind of offshoot to where, especially at night, it can be easy to get mixed up, even if you know the course. But I think the sun is up now. Like Sarah's mind is probably and Michael's. I'm sure Michael, being an Arizona native, he lives down in the valley, knows a lot of these sections of the course, and was probably able to get out on a lot of these sections of the course. They're probably able to just kind of turn their minds off and just enjoy these last few miles.
Oh, for sure. And knowing, I mean, once you hit Buffalo Park, you have that slight downhill leading out, a little uphill on the roads. Then you take the left past the hospital and just head on down to the square. So knowing you have road, you have no more trail, you really know where you're going, and just it's no more climbs. I think they're probably excited about.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And just to finish in the daylight too, I think there's something to be said about that.
yeah, and I mean at this point they're probably just so happy to be in the daylight and this close to the finish.
Do you think do you think that they're going to have a sprint finish?
I'm guessing probably not. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it could be like at Canyons 100 where, the two guys were finishing neck and neck. I mean, this is a battle for the third place overall. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm saying could get interesting.
I mean, I'll say this: I would hope that if it were me and I were Michael
Hmm.
Greer, I would hope that Sarah would just lay the hammer down on me. Uh, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know that. Like again, it goes back to kind of like what this race is and what the purpose is, right? I don't think neither of them probably care that much, right? I think that they both care that they left basically everything kind of out there for the most part. Whether they run as hard as they can the last 800 meters or whether they run it in together, they're probably going to feel like they left they left a piece of themselves out there, and that's kind of what this race is, right? It's this this existential experience. But who knows? It'd be cool to see, wouldn't it? Like, how cool would that be for the live stream viewers if we got like, okay, from the hospital, we're throwing down.
Oh yeah. Well, now did they know each other beforehand? Did they train together at all? Do
I'm
you
not
know?
sure. I know
This
that
is when we need Chris. Chris would definitely know. Chris
yeah,
would know the ins and outs of every. I feel like he knows the ins and outs of every single Arizona runner and Arizona bar. Yeah, I'm joking.
he does. He does. I'm not sure. They probably know each other just like in a general sense, right? Like both just
Hmm.
being kind of a part of the Aravaipa community and
Strava.
yeah, and Strava and things like that, but I'm not sure whether they like know each other on a personal level or have trained
Hmm.
together or anything like that.
Well, now they're going to be lifelong friends. I
Yeah, and they're
think
both
you
just
have this
looking
kind of
so
shared
strong.
experience. Hmm. And I feel like Michael looked like that over mile 180. His stride hasn't changed at all. I mean, there's no noticeable limp. There's no noticeable like gait difference too.
Yeah, 100%.
And Sarah too. I feel like it's just they're just out for a lovely Thursday stroll at Buffalo Park.
Yeah.
It's just wondering the people that are probably out doing their morning run probably have no idea that these people have put on over 240 miles on their legs and they're finishing.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. Hopefully I feel like people don't know like as the leaders come in, but then it's
Mm-hmm.
like I feel like as the town continues to see more and more and more people, um, that that they start to recognize it.
Oh, definitely. I remember when we were right before we got to Buffalo Park, this guy stopped Wit about Arizona Trail and they talked for 10 minutes. And then the guy looked at me and goes, I think she's ready to leave. And then Wit was like, oh, yeah, we're kind of doing a race. And I'm like, you think? Like, it's just so funny because people are out, like so many people, obviously in Flagstaff, enjoy the outdoors. And I think by now, with the reputation Cocodona's had, they know that a race is going on. But the first year, people are just like, oh, seems like a lot of people out on the trail. But yeah, I'm sure people are cheering. Like I said before, Josh got stopped for a couple autographs and photos during the race. So you never know. I'm sure Sally probably is getting a lot. I'm sure Michael McKnight with his fan base and other, even probably Goldberg, probably a lot of people were stopping him for autographs and pictures. So I think it just shows the Arizona community loves running and just the whole race community environment.
So it looks like they are not going to run it in together. It looks like Josh has pulled ahead, and it looks like we've got Sarah.
Mike, yeah.
Or yeah, Mike. Jeez, Mike Greer has pulled ahead, and we've got Sarah and her pacer,
Yeah.
Kyle Curtin, right?
Yep, that's Kyle. And
He
then
used to
Kyle
live on the
pays.
East Coast, didn't he?
Yeah, he's from North Carolina. He
Yeah.
has the Pitchell FKT, and then he paced Maggie the first year
Yep.
of Cocodona. So I think if you're a woman and you want to win Cocodona, you need to have Kyle as your pacer. So whatever women are doing Cocodona next year, have Kyle on because he will lead you to victory. Apparently.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And let's see if
Hmm.
we can get just an update on the tracker here on maybe where Eliza is.
So she's at 139. So she's just getting that heart of the Eldon climb,
Yep.
which I think that last few miles up Eldon really test you. And so she knows the peak, and then she'll have that nice downhill and I think that aid station on top of Eldon is probably the best. It's kind of bittersweet because it is your last aid station. You have the little bit of water at Buffalo Park, but you really know, all right, this is the end. I am, tasting the finish, you know, and so she knows this is the time. And also, she probably knows she has a sizable lead where she can take her time down because I think coming down Eldon, it's pretty steep, even for a Forest Service road, but, just take it easy and make sure you get that turn off onto the Arizona Trail. But I mean, what an incredible race for her and just attitude. It's huge, showing for the East Coast. But she also probably is enjoying the cooler temperatures too. She probably feels like she's in her element.
Sorry about that. I had to reset something on my end real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah is
Yeah.
just looking so strong here.
Mm-hmm. And it's such a beautiful view too. I mean, like I said, you're just running through the trees, just no big deal. I wonder, what do you think she and Kyle are talking about? What to get for breakfast, or just looking forward to a nice warm shower, or just savoring that, finally, third time she's getting that, finish, win, and just, really cross the taste of victory.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what their conversations have looked like since Kyle picked her up at Walnut Canyon. As they were climbing Mount Eldon. What was Kyle? What is the magical thing about Kyle that allows him to just really motivate his runners as a pacer.
Yeah, the power of the pacer, you know? I think he also paced John Kelly at Hard Rock. So, you know, maybe people just need to hire Kyle as a pacer. He finished top 10 at Western, you know. Now
Well,
I'm
like,
just, offering Kyle services.
in track and field, pacers can make a lot of money. So maybe we'll get that going in the ultra space.
He can be the Eric Zawinski of, trail running,
Exactly.
and fly him all over the world, it's, I mean, Octa breaks your race. So especially when you have races that have a higher price purse, I know Sarah did well at Run Rabbit.
Yeah.
Hey, anything's possible, get that crew, get that pace crew, dialed in. So, huge. And it's so cool. Yep. Now they're going on the roads, look both ways before you're crossing. And yeah, she knows where she's at. She knows she has 2 more turns and she'll be just hitting that finish line. I think what's also cool about the finish area is the amount of people that just gather and hang out. And, who knows who will be there. It was cool when we finished. Rob Carr was there. I'm trying to think. It was just the who's who of Flagstaff, which I know you're used to, but as someone that's new to the flag, but a huge runner and a huge fan of it, it was just so cool to see all these people in person just chilling, on a Thursday for the finish line. So
Yeah. And I know that
I think that's awesome.
that was a complaint we got earlier, was there wasn't a bunch of fanfare when Michael and Josh finished, but that was also 2 or 3 in the morning. I think that you'll see more fans in a kind of a bigger atmosphere as the kind of race keeps going on, and especially Saturday. I feel like Heritage Square for the final finishers ends up being just like packed. Like Pete Mortimer closes his aid station as quickly as he can, and he's always back down for the final finisher. And you've got racers who finished maybe days before, who are coming back to cheer on the final finishers. It's just such a cool thing. And so hopefully, that atmosphere continues to grow. But yeah, I mean, I can only imagine like the thoughts that are going through Sarah's head right now. And we do have follow cam on Mike Greer. I want to make sure we show Mike Greer some love too. So we'll try to bounce back and forth between these 2 camera feeds as much as we can. Mike Greer, your third place male runner as of right now, and just a little bit behind him, Sarah Ostaszewski. She was she 10th in, what place was she in 2021? She had a top 10 finish, but I can't remember how high. And then she was 3rd last year, 3rd year in a row, gonna get her 3rd finish, and she's finally going to take home the crown.
Yeah, and Mike, I mean, does he know that Versteeg has the Strava segment? I'm just kidding. The fastest, he was dropping 7 minutes coming down past the hospital in the finish. It was incredible to see his finish in 2021. I mean, overall, his performance there. But looks like Greer's, once again, just no big deal, like casual, like that's he's even opening up his stride. I feel like we're going to call a track race,
That was something that we noticed of him. There's like a little road section in between Munns Park and Kelly Canyon, and that was something that we noticed. He had a little bounce to his stride. He had like nice arm carriage and everything. You don't see that quite as much out of ultra runners in general, but definitely not, 250 miles into the race, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And we do still have eyes on Sarah, too, which is awesome. Huge shout out to our volunteers here. They went through the night. They got the race leaders early this morning, and they've been sticking around. So huge shout out to Brian and Shad for bringing us this footage. It obviously means a lot to us, and it means a lot to these athletes to kind of share their journey with the world.
Oh, for sure. And how about Jeff Browning is about less than 13 miles away from finishing the 125 miler. Absolute incredible performance. I don't know if he's getting I forget what time it started, if he's going to have that 24 hours like you talked about, but it will be cool to see him finish as well, as I believe he coaches Michael McKnight. So to see them share that moment together, I'm sure um, Jeff is so proud of the performance that McKnight has had. And I'm sure Mike is equally excited about his coach having a strong performance
Yeah,
too.
during the live stream, we were able to chat with Jeff at the Fort Tuthill aid station, and he asked how Mike was doing, and he was super stoked when he heard Mike had taken the lead and was pulling away. And then as we were coming through Buffalo Park, Mike McKnight, 248 miles in, asked how Jeff was doing, and was stoked to hear that Jeff was also having a great day. So it was awesome to see that bond. And Mike Greer here is just looking so good.
Uh-huh. Do you think he's running scared right now? Do you think he knows Sarah could be coming up and just get him right at the end? I mean, that's the one thing about when you're running in third place, like you're on that podium, you're barely on, you don't know where it is. And you could any moment, especially like we say, the experience Sarah has, you know, who knows? I'm just creating drama and excitement, but I'm sure he's just excited to finish and really that sense of accomplishment. And especially the training, his Grand Canyon run, and amount that he has put into this race.
Yeah, I mean the training that he put in was incredible, and to see it all come to fruition here is amazing, right? To know that it wasn't all for naught, and for him to be having a really strong day is really awesome. And he was up in, I think, second place at one point and running really strong. Fell back a little bit, and then has kind of battled his way back up into third here.
Oh yeah, I mean, he knows he's got a little downhill coming up, and then he just takes that left turn, and then he will be right there at the square. I'm surprised there aren't already people out. I remember when we were coming down the stretch, people were right outside their houses. You see a couple people, seeing what's going on,
Yeah,
cheering them on. It's just wonderful. Maybe it's because it's still very early there. It's almost 9 a.m. East Coast time. So I
yeah.
guess people are now starting to wake up and see what's happening. And they'll probably see it throughout the day of like what's going on. Is there a special parade? It's, May the 4th be with you if you're a Star Wars fan, but also, the finish. So yeah, he's about to make a turn. I feel like we're doing the Boston Marathon where, we're doing that heifer left on Boylston. He's on Boylston now.
Yeah, and he's closing in, as I say every year. He's closing in on what is becoming the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports. Up here with his left-hand turn off of Beaver Street onto Birch in just one more block. That he should be crossing Cherry Street right now. The nice thing about the Flagstaff roads is they go in alphabetical order on the way. So when you're going down the hill, you've got Fine, then Elm, then Dale, then Cherry, then Birch. So it's easy to remember. But once he makes this turn, he's going to be about a block and a half away from the finish. And it's amazing just looking at how strong he's running. I don't know if he's running scared. I think he's just running to be done. I would imagine he's probably like, I can run this pace to the finish, so that's what I'm going to do.
Oh yeah, here he goes doing that turn. He knows. And then it's just funny because it's like a little alleyway to get to the finish. So you're like, are we going the right way? And then
Well,
it's like, oh yeah, there's a flag. All right, here's a flag. All right, people are cheering. They know what's going on. And I think at this point I was in tears, sobbing. Wit was like, why are you crying? I'm the one finishing. I'm like, but I'm so proud of you. It was just like such an emotional moment, and I'm sure he's starting to feel it too of I'm doing it. This is happening. I mean, he's got to be so proud. I want to see a fist pump or some kind of emotion as we see him
oh,
at the
and it
finish
looks like we
line.
maybe just lost the shad cam. So we are going to quickly throw it to our
Oh yeah.
finish line feed so that we don't miss it.
Mhm. They know. They can hear. I'm sure they're revving up and getting excited to
Yeah,
see him. There he is.
and we'll get this on the finish cam if Shad wants to get Sarah O, who is just a little bit behind and should be coming in. Michael Greer, your third place finisher at the Cocodona 250. Just an absolutely incredible run. Ran strong early, fell back a little bit in the middle, and really rallied back to have just an incredible run. And I remember distinctly, and I don't think I pointed it out at the time, but Carrie Greer, who was in the chat, specifically said that Michael was still going to have a good run because Greers don't give up. And so that was just really awesome to see Michael, really dig deep and keep fighting.
Oh, definitely. And, it's such a wild ride for your family, anyone watching, they want to be a part of it. They want to cheer you on. They see you moving every tenth of a mile and they're like, "Come on, you can do it." I've never cheered so much into my phone and on a screen as much as seeing, Josh or Wit or last year with Joe just inching by and you're like, "Come on, you've got this," and you're just like, what am I doing? But you're just so invested because you know how much, and I'm sure Michael's family knows how much he invested into training for this, the sacrifices you make, especially for a race this distance. You really have to have a certain discipline to day in day out train the hours it takes and just the physical and emotional and mental challenges. So absolutely incredible job for him, his crew, and his family, and also the support in the live stream too.
And we do
Yep,
have
and there
eyes
she
on
is.
Sarah O there, making that left-hand turn. And she is just moments away from capping off an incredible performance. The word I would use to describe this performance, if I had to describe it in one word, would be gritty. Sarah was in the lead early on, faded back a little bit into, I think, third, and, just never stopped fighting. And it's just a testament to, the type of runner she is and the type of person she is. And, her third finish here at the Cocodona 250, gonna be a W, gonna be the first place female here. And just, couldn't be more excited for her. Aravaipa Racing Team's very own, Flagstaff's own, Sarah Ostaszewski is going to be your 2023 women's winner of the Cocodona 250.
Breaking that tape. What a great what a great finish for her.
We'll see if we
Well
can get some
deserved.
audio in there as well. What just an incredible run.
Yeah. She was fifth in 2021, third in 2022 and now first in 2023. What a great performance for her.
You guys should clap or something, right?
I agree. Yeah, people are starting to pile in, get excited.
Just got to go get the after photo. I'm going to mute the volume there just because of the music. And
yeah, we don't want to get kicked out.
Yeah, we want to keep broadcasting here and now. Let's see if we can check in.
I think we have a tear. I think we're emotional. Let's see. We got to get the Emmy for this coverage, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. All the hugs. Thanking all the crew. Soaking it all in. Good for her. I mean, you just have to, especially when you live there, and just having that feeling of accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine, what this means to Sarah.
And then what she has coming up. I'm sure her race calendar is full, and it's good for her to have this win and just kick off. Who knows what she'll have after, and just build on this experience.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, I believe she has returning to Run Rabbit, Ouray. So she has a full year ahead, and just probably even better performances. So very excited to see what she does next.
Yeah, and we will let Sarah enjoy her moment. And for now, we're actually going to send it, I think, a little bit further back on the course in just a second. We'll keep it at Heritage Square while I try and fix something real quick.
Yep, looks like Eliza will be next to finish. She is at 2:39. She's at the height of the Eldon climb. She is about 2 miles away from the top of Eldon, and then she'll just have that downhill going through the Arizona Trail and then Buffalo Park, and then she'll be at the finish line. And looks like Jeff is moving on up in the ranks too. He is about to do his Eldon climb, and same with Kevin Goldberg. So got a lot of people. I think this has been the tightest race yet of all the Cocodona so far.
Yeah,
and just seeing everything back and forth, it just makes the engagement and appeal of this race so captivating. I mean, day one, you thought Versteeg had it. Day two, you think, oh, Killian's got it. And you look at the leaderboard now, and I wonder if all the picks and all the fantasy picks, who had it, who nailed their picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the men's side, I'm sure some people picked Mike McKnight, right? This is such an epic drone shot as well. This is runners will cross this train line before they kind of take like a forest road or like a farm road over to hop on the AZT as they then head kind of back towards Eldon. But just this drone shot over the train line through the pines, that's Flagstaff, But yeah, I think that there were probably I think that there were probably some people who picked Mike McKnight. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I'd be surprised at how many, if a lot of people picked Sarah, not because she's not a great runner, because she obviously is, and she's had incredible performances at this race. But I think that there were probably just like bigger names that people were more likely to pick. Your Mika Thews, who has, crushed so many 200 plus milers, to Eliza LaPierre, who has performed well at big international or national and international competitions and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see how everyone's fantasy teams are looking.
Yeah, you also had Dawn Greenwald, who is no stranger to this race. And also in the Arizona area, you have Sally McRae. I mean, the women's field was so strong. I feel like every year the women come out and it's so great to see them shine. Last year we had Anna Hughes, Lauren Jones. I mean, absolutely incredible performances by them. First year we had Maggie absolutely put on a clinic, and having an all-star cast with her with Nicole and Zach Bitter. She had Courtney DeWalter and of course Kyle Curtin. It's cool to see the athletes that come out for this race and just how common and how popular the 200-mile distance has become and will continue.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sorry, I'm just trying to check. I know that we're going to need to start a new stream at some point. Yeah, so it looks like here at 6 o'clock local time, we are around there. We will be looking to end this live stream. You don't have to do anything if you're in the live chat. You'll get redirected to the new live stream. We'll take just probably a couple-minute break for me to get the next stream up and running, and then we will be back to the action. So, Allison, maybe we'll put a little bow on things for right now before we stop this stream. Out of the 4 finishers we've seen today, they all have incredible stories and they've all had amazing performances. What kind of takeaways from these performances do you have, or maybe any sort of key overlaps or anything that you've noticed out of these athletes?
I would say just the joy of running and having a shared experience with, people not only with you, your crew, but also in the live stream, people texting, sending messages. It shows how much it means to these runners, and just the appreciation they have in going through it. They're putting one foot in front of the other, but having the support and love and just camaraderie, I think, speaks volumes of the community and the performances that these athletes are able to have. So it's amazing, and huge props to you, to Chris, to everyone a part of the live stream, all the camera guys, the volunteers that make this possible. I mean, it's such a great experience and such a great viewership audience to have this opportunity. So I don't even have words, but congratulations on another phenomenal job by you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, and again, thank you for joining me. I know that you could tell I was starting to get tired in the wee hours there, so you came in. You were like my pacer here. You came in, you kept the energy high, and you guided me on. So we are going to go ahead and end this stream in just about a couple minutes or so. We will have another stream up on YouTube. You guys will get directed to that automatically in the chat, so you don't need to do anything. So we will continue with the action in just a couple of minutes.